Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. No major announcements for tonight. I think we're just ready to jump right in. There's probably a lot to go. So let's just get right to it and jump in to tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role, and some choices are what finalize the build in session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, so now you'll bet your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
Okay, so let me get some music on here, and then we can jump right in. All right, so last we left off, the Shields of Twilight had completed their investigation for the triumvirate into the strange potential corruption that was going on behind the scenes with the Strangled Vine and potentially some of their members. The group ended up finding their way to the Forbidden Tomb, where everything intersected along with some of Baltaim's past, and they managed to rescue his sister, only to have her be sequestered by the government of Atril, the Triumvirate themselves, to better understand exactly what had been done in the experimentation within the Forbidden Tomb and beyond, and to make sure that she could not be a harm to their populace. The group then took some time to sort of relax and rejuvenate, reset themselves, figure out where they wanted to go next. They were also given a mission from Cade and the Triumvirate as per their illegal activity in entering the Forbidden Tomb without informing anyone to continue and complete their investigation, and were asked to head to Emberhold to look into a disturbance with their minds, but that they had time, and should just be the next place they kind of go on their major route out of Riverend. Meanwhile, Quinn had a heart-to-heart with Lex to apologize for his behavior within the tomb, and was given a sort of ultimatum that their behavior as of late and over the course of their time together as a group was confusing to Lux Aeterna, and they weren't sure if they could trust the Shields to really have their backs when things get tough, as there seemed to be some incompatibilities with their personalities and ways that they did things. And so, though she wanted to work with them, she needed to be convinced that there was a really good reason for them to stick together, or they should go their separate ways, and maybe they'll run into one another at some time down the line. Quinn took this back to the group. The group had another night of making merry and getting to know one another a little bit better, to figure out what they would do the next morning to really relax and get themselves prepared for how they wanted to approach this problem. And Oriana decided to go have a conversation with Lex, to try to get to know her and Folton better, to try to better understand their allies. The only thing is, she did not inform the rest of her group, and when confronted by Lex, was caught, and sheepishly admitted that this had been concealed. And Lex once more pointed out that this is what they were looking for, that trust was important. And this was something that Oriana and the rest of her group would need to figure out if they had with one another, or make a choice. And that is where we pick up. The group had gone to bed after Oriana spoke with Peregrine in her room. You've all received a night's rest. You wake up rested. It is the next morning. You all gather yourselves, get yourselves prepared, and head down to the breakfast room where, or the dining hall where a breakfast has been laid out for you with all manner of tea and coffee and juice and various breakfast stuffs. And you
Delightful.
are left to your own devices. So, Shields of Twilight, as you all enter in and begin to sit down and put things on your plates and have a drink, what would you like to do?
Enjoy some sausage and biscuits, I'm assuming. I'm hoping to God.
You start to enjoy some sausage and biscuits.
Yay!
I'm gonna awkwardly stare at Campion while drinking tea.
Perry will hold her teacup up to clink momentarily with Cynric before drinking hers as well.
Campion gives you
Little
these
finger
Stare dead in the eyes.
horrified looks, man. And he's just shaking his head, dude.
Quinn is
He's
going
not
to
about
also
this, man.
Quinn's going to add and do that, but also add just the
Yeah.
I fucking
just
hate all of
add
you.
the slurp noise,
Oh.
and then maybe mime that he's chewing a little bit
Ew!
afterwards. Because
Gross.
he thinks it's gritty and shit. So maybe there's
Yeah.
stuff in there. He's trying to mess with Campion's head. It's fun. Let me have this.
Gross.
No,
You're all fucking terrible.
we do it out of love, Jay.
Do we say we're
Oriana
We're leaving-
is a little bit later to the table.
All right.
Not much, just a couple minutes.
Okay. So you show up at this point where they are teasing Campion about his tea hate. Sit down.
His maniacal hatred of tea.
Yeah.
Fucking tea, man.
We already determined it's fake science, so now it's fun.
It's fine.
So we were talking to them this morning, or I forget.
I think we need to go ahead and do it as soon as we're done with breakfast.
Right.
Make sure that we catch them, because I know they were going to be in for a little bit of today. I don't know how much, and I don't want to miss them, because I do not want to have that missed opportunity.
I think he said they're
Precisely.
staying a day or two. So
Right.
the next day.
I kind of look at Peregrine nervously, kind of fidgeting, and then before we do, I have some things I would like to get off my chest. I went to talk and have dinner with Lex and Folton last night.
She says that part. Quinn's going to put his hands down on the table, not slap the table, but a little harder than he means to. So probably some silverware and glasses rattle a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's going to very calmly stand up. He's going to make sure he grabs all of his things, like, weaponry and such.
I would assume you probably left, like, for breakfast, you probably left that in your room. Like, you're in a place that you trust. So probably coming to breakfast, you're probably not yet in your full armor regalia and everything like that. So
True
I would
enough.
say that you're comfortable enough in this place that you're not worried you're going to get attacked.
That wasn't the concern. It was more like, were we going to literally like leave immediately after breakfast?
No,
Not,
yeah,
like,
but I would
stop
assume
and get
that you would
ready
still
or
allow
whatever.
yourselves to get ready. Like, it's fairly early,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
anyway.
That's fine.
So I'll
Get
just
our
say,
stuff.
you probably don't have your like hammer and stuff and shield and everything like that with you while you're eating breakfast. You want to be comfortable.
That's fine. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, I didn't know if this was going to be like a working breakfast.
No.
So I didn't know if I needed to come for work.
No,
But anyway.
no. We're pretty chill right now.
All right, fair point. So in
I
that
assume
case,
Quinn's still getting up, yeah?
oh, fuck yeah.
He gets up.
And he's going to walk over to Oriana and just like get right up next to her and say, I am incredibly angry right now. And out of respect for your mother and her home and the kindness that she has shown us, I'm removing myself from this conversation because nothing I have to say to you right now will at all be kind. Then I'm going to turn to the rest of the group and say, I'm going to go get my shit and get ready. So meet me outside whenever you're done. The rest of us have a meeting to get to. And then I'm going to walk upstairs and get ready.
Okay.
Right. Oh, okay.
When with purpose strides out of the room.
Campion's gonna he's gonna get some milk, a glass of milk, and he's just like drinking it, and then he's just like, "So why'd you lie?"
I didn't tell all of you because I'm honestly still not sure why. The only reason I can think of is that I thought you would all try to stop me. And while I was there, Lex sussed out that I had not spoken to you all about this.
Mm-hmm.
No, before I go any further, I just want to say I wasn't going to say anything about the meeting, or it wasn't anything like that. I wasn't trying to go behind your backs. Well, I did go behind your backs, but I just wanted to get to know them.
Okay.
I like them, and I want to be friends with them, and that's all it was. It wasn't meant to be something like this.
We understand that, Oriana, but we are also your friends and allies. And immediately assuming that we would stop you kind of besmirches that level of relationship values that we so dearly hold.
I know, Campion. I know.
This is I'm fairly easygoing, but this is literally like 24 hours back to back of literally the same thing. Like I told you myself, if you had wanted to tell the triumvirate that they're gonna, need to come here or whatever, just tell us so that we know. We can't actually physically stop you. We can tell you. Well, we could have and ask you, don't do that, Oriana, give you our reasons why. But ultimately, the choice is yours. If you do it, we just have to live with those consequences.
We would never physically stop you in doing something that you believe would be beneficial. And so, from what you're expressing, in her ultimate insightfulness, she sussed that out, and now we are in a very deeper predicament than we were before. So, if you can learn from this interaction, it would be greatly appreciated, because as I can assess from Quincan's behavior, his aggression has come to new heights. That's
Now,
all.
Campion, I would hazard to say that that was actually the opposite.
At least when he was angry, it showed he cared.
That was very measured and honestly more than I expected given what has happened. Especially the closeness of the two lies.
Oh yeah, I do agree. It was very hindered very well. But I'm just explaining that his whole express.
I know what
emotion.
Campion's trying to say. He's basically done. He's saying like Quinn's just done at this point.
Yeah, Quinn is done.
And I can't say that I blame him.
Yes. He turns to
Perfectly
Oriana.
honest.
Oriana, I do support you in your free will, but situations such as these and this time is quite sensitive. If we do not have all the information, it's quite dangerous moving forward. I do express wholeheartedly that you no longer keep any more secrets. Such as
I understand. And
That's
I fervently express that you understand, because in good conscience I can no longer support and defend your actions. Do you understand?
I do. And
Wow.
when I spoke with Lex, I realized that my perception, my personal definition, if you will, of trust is not a true definition. To me, trust is just you're willing to believe someone, you're willing to work with someone. I didn't think it also meant that you trust them enough to tell them what you want to do. Lex made me realize that although I thought I trusted everyone, I didn't. And that has made me reflect. I didn't trust you all to let me do what I wanted, or think that my ideas were valid or something. I don't know. I'm normally so good at words, but I find myself stumbling. I told Lex not to let my actions reflect poorly upon the group, and that if that meant that she could only work with the group if I was not a part of it, then I would gladly accept that punishment.
Oriana, I want to ask you a very fair question. Do you want to work with this group? Do you truly consider us friends? And before you answer, I want you to consider that friends trust each other. Friends respect each other. And before you say that you respect us, I want to point out that we have given you a great deal of grace to figure yourself out and to figure your path out. And to be honest, it feels like you're spitting in my face. Because I have forgiven. I have let go. And you seem to expect me and everybody else to simply forget what you have done and move on. But we clearly can't do that. So, do you want to work with this group? Are we your friends? Or are we just people that you manipulate till you get what you want?
I don't expect you to forget any of my mistakes. all I can ask is that I do receive your forgiveness, even though I don't deserve it. And that I will try to do better from now on.
You say that every time. I'm finding it real hard to believe these days. It's always, I'll try to do better. I'll change. I'll learn. But either you aren't learning because you're not capable, which I don't think is true, or you just have willfully decided that you don't care enough. Because if you had asked or even just said, I want to go talk to Lex, I would have shrugged my shoulders and said, go ahead. I mean, don't try to convince him of anything, but go ahead. Quinn asked where they were staying because he wasn't standing when we found out. I said, mind your temper, please. Go ahead. And I told him where to go. And I trusted that he was not going to do anything harmful. And I trusted that he meant well. These days, I don't trust that you mean well anymore, except for you. What is good for you? That's not how a team works. It's not how family works. It's not how friends work.
Damien's gonna get up and start walking out.
Okay.
He is going to try to find Quinn.
Yeah, you know he went out to the front, so...
Okay.
Well, after, getting suited up. I don't know how long that would take.
Doesn't take you that long. Okay. I think to don your
just have,
armor and stuff like that is like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So at this point, you figure... I'll just say, Campion, you walk out. You initially head to his room, and you were told by one of the staff he left. As they don't know, they just know he walked out the front door.
Okay.
You know that he told you to meet him out there when you were ready. So I'll say
Yeah.
you end up heading out to meet up with Quinn.
Yeah, and Quinn would just be out on. If that's the case, Quinn would just be out on the front porch.
I'll just say,
porch,
probably
right?
over by the tree that Sinric was playing his harmonica at, maybe just hanging out there, sort of out of the way, so that you're
Just
not
somewhere
right
between
in
the tree.
Yeah, somewhere between the front door and the
it's just off to
gate.
the side of the
Yeah.
the main pathway. It's just because there are servants and guards that tend to come in and walk out and continue their rounds and stuff like that. So just to stay out of the way and not be in the way of anyone, that's where you kind of head.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
So Campion, easy enough to find him when you head outside. The rest of you watch Campion also leave the room.
You know. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say I'm not one to force people into what they don't or don't wish to do. Like Paris said, you have to choose whether or not you want to be here, if you want to trust in us, you want to be part of this group, and know that just like respect is earned, forgiveness has also had to be earned. And if you're willing to make that commitment and try, won't be easy. For some of us, it might be easier than most. I feel like Campion is just willing to see results. I'm also in the same accord of not to hold grudges, but some will be more difficult. You need to work at it, if that's truly what you wish. If it's not, I will always remember fondly of our times and wish you well on whatever journeys you wish to go on your own, but that is up for you to decide.
When we sailed together, we had no choice but to trust each other to do what they were supposed to. So much even without a word's notice. Because if we didn't, it could mean the death of all of us. All of our actions reflect on all of us as a whole, not just one or a few of us. I think the point of saying sorry and I'll do better is over. I think it's time to show that you'll do better. I mean, be a part of the crew. Be what you say you're gonna do. Otherwise, you just continue to spin in circles. You'll never really grow up. Things will never really change. And I guess with that, I'm going to
Also walk
just
out.
get up. Yeah, I'll give her a pat on the shoulder. Just a light little pat.
Mhm.
And just kind of go gather up my equipment and start heading out.
Okay. So eventually, Cineric, you gather up your stuff, grab your things from your room. Campion, you probably would have done the same, gathered your things from your room. And you head outside and you see Campion and Quinn just sitting or standing by the tree where you had played your harmonica the other day, just, hanging out. What are the rest of you doing?
I'll get up and I'll go sit closer to Oriana and I'm not trying to hide it, but just in a lower tone, talking to her. I want to help you, Oriana. I really do. I know what it's like to be a pain in the ass, I will say. But I have all my friends here. Didn't think I'd ever have as many as I do. But if you truly want to be part of something like this, if not, that's fine too. I honestly will not judge your choice. I respect you too well. I've been helped by you many a times over to dissuade you or sully your name.
Thank you.
I'll get up and I'll give her arm, her shoulder, a little gentle squeeze, affirmation, and go and get ready.
All right. So you do the same thing and eventually head outside and see the rest.
I wait a beat, and then I scoot away from the table and I stand up.
Wait. To answer your question, Perry. I've been a bit of an ass. More than a bit, maybe. I've been very frustrated and very angry. And I think that's at least part of why I've been doing what I've been doing. It doesn't excuse my actions. And I know you need to see action, not words. But I promise you, on everything that you and I have shared, the good and the bad, I will be better. And I reach up to my hair and I pull the pin out, the copper pin, and I hand it to Peregrine.
Funny thing about these things is you can get them anywhere. And I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of what I'm hearing feel like empty words because you've said them 1,000 times. And I tuck the pen into my pocket. I think the time has come for you to decide, Oriana, who you are and what kind of person you are. I think the time has come for you to stop inventing reasons for your bad behavior. Assess yourself and change. We're all trying. I've seen it. Ball is a hell of a lot less impulsive. Campion legitimately thought about whether or not that it would be logical to work with Lux Aeterna and made a decision for the good of the group instead of for the pursuit of whatever he wanted to find out next. And my gods, Quinn did not explode just now. And I really thought his ginger head was going to hit the ceiling. Everybody is trying to be better. Even I am. Which is why I'm being firm for a change. Because I always let everybody talk me into everything. And I am always wishy-washy, and that is not today. Today, Oriana Scarlet, you need to decide if you want to be a member of the Shields of Twilight and travel with us and respect us and respect the people we work with enough to be honest, or if you would rather stay here in your hometown where manipulation and lying is okay and is the way of the land. Because I'm tired. I'm very, very tired, and I feel very, very used. I am not some cricket in your pocket being a conscience. You don't get to come to my room in the dead of night and get me to absolve you of all your misdeeds. You have to decide. So decide. Are you a shield or are you staying home? And I push the rest of the way away from the table. I go upstairs, I get my things, and I join the rest of the Shields of Twilight.
All right.
I wait a beat and then eventually head up to get ready as well.
Okay. Is there anything the rest of you would be doing while waiting? Or you just wait for everyone to kind of reconvene?
I mean, until Campion showed up, Quinn would just be outside basically just breathing very deeply, this nice calming in and out, practicing the meditation breathing that he's been doing. As far as if Campion wants to do anything when he gets there, or Quinn's just going to continue doing that, that is up to Campion, because Quinn's just trying to make sure he does not lose his shit.
Yeah, so when Campion gets there, he's got his stuff and he's got Greybone, and he's still drinking a glass of milk, man. Gotta get these bones right, bro.
Carries a milk glass with him from
he took the milk glass.
No, well, if you tried to do that, you probably would have been given like a to-go cup.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, you can't do that.
He
gets a souvenir to-go cup, says Scarlet Manor on the side of it.
Yeah,
He's
you
got
just
a
get like
mug.
you just get like a plastic cup that they give you, and they're like, here.
He's just walking around with a solo cup full of milk. Like,
Yeah, we got plastic. Yeah, we got
Hell
plastic.
yeah.
Here's some milk.
no, I'm
Look
digging
at
it.
our
I'm digging it.
nanotech. Why can't we have a solo cup?
Hey,
so
look,
he's-
I'm not saying anything against it. I'm just like, if this is what we see, I fucking love this picture that's been painted.
He has a
I'm-
solo. He has like a solo, like plastic, clear cup.
Yeah.
Of
No, I
milk.
love this. This is amazing. Yeah, no, please.
But yeah, you were
Please
as
continue.
you attempted to walk out with the glass, someone
No.
would have stopped you, said, "Hold on a moment," taken the glass, poured the glass into the plastic cup, and then handed it off to you, so that you wouldn't walk
Okay.
out with their glassware.
Yeah, that's frowned upon usually.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, you're drinking your solo cup full of milk, and then
Cup full of milk, man. And Campion comes in, and he's like, You handled that surprisingly well, honestly.
Well, I think the time of me getting mad at anything she does has come to an end. Getting mad implies I actually give a shit. I'm done giving a shit.
Which is understandable. I believe the rest of the party is also beginning to understand that sentiment greatly due to these actions. Will be a great detriment in convincing them. I've come to you because at this point we must understand that we now might have to think of a backup plan of sorts.
How do you mean?
If we cannot gain their alliance, what's going to be the main focus and parameters of what we're going to be abiding by?
I think that's going to be a conversation that we all have to have if things go south and we got to figure out what we're even doing. I mean, I have a specific objective in mind just overall, but outside of that, being told that your soul is marked by the god of eternal darkness and that basically you're going to be turned into a chew toy when you die unless this entire situation that we were involved in, or are still for the moment, gets resolved is not something you can walk away from. And I aim not to do that. If it is all possible to continue on this even without them, I mean to, because I do not want to leave my fate in the hands of anyone but myself. More than that, it's the fate of the fucking world, man. I can't let that go.
It is understandable. I mean, since I was a child, I believe that I had a death sentence already. My parents were surprised I technically survived this long. Nonetheless, I do agree with the sentiment of the end of the world type of situation we are now involved in. I enjoy the world, and I would like to experience it for as long or as little as I can left.
That's a good way to put it. I also do enjoy the world, and I'd like it to keep on spinning the way it is.
Understood. Okay. That's all. I'm gonna continue drinking my milk now.
You live your truth, you weird scientist.
He nods and he starts sitting at a rock and drinks some milk.
Mm-hmm.
You sit down on the grass and Greybone sits beside you and you just start drinking your milk.
Nice.
Amazing.
Eventually, the rest of the group joins you, one after the other. Cynric, then Baltaim, and then Peregrine. And finally, after a few long stretch moments, Oriana. You are together once more in the courtyard of the Scarlet Estate. What do you want to do?
Well, as soon as Oriana comes out, Quinn sees her. If she bothers looking in his direction,
She's
his
actually
eyes are
heading
dead.
for you.
Hmm?
She's actually heading for you, it looks like.
Okay, well then she sees his eyes being completely emotionless and dead when looking at her. He is then going to turn and make his way to the street because we got a meeting to get to.
Okay.
Oh,
As you start making your way towards him, he does not seem to want to engage with you and walks away. The rest of you, I assume, follow?
Yeah.
All right.
I suppose it's time to have a very serious conversation.
Well, I don't think how good that's going to do us in this current state.
I mean, we can't keep putting it off.
Yeah, but I mean, if we truly want assistance, I think we're not going to find the outcome that we wish in this current state of affairs.
I mean, our argument remains the same as to reasons we should be working together. I currently am not sure how exactly we correct the current situation.
I think it might be best if we self-remove ourselves from this situation. It will show them respect, and then we can maybe come back another time and reevaluate.
I don't know that there'll be another chance. The whole point was to make a choice now, Baltaim.
It will be a choice. We would remove ourselves from the equation.
But that's literally the opposite of what we decided we wanted and needed to do. To be honest, the idea of trying to retire while we are marked by the god of death is futile. Not to mention
I'm
the
not
fact
saying we give up our plans to help. I'm saying we cut this off at the head. We try to show responsibility, show leadership in our own self by removing ourselves from Lux Aeterna, and then coming back at a later date when we are more put together.
How far away did I get when this conversation got? It sounds like the group all stopped moving.
no, we.
Well,
we're
you
walking and
walked
talking.
away. You walked away
Yeah.
and are like
I wouldn't
ahead.
have I wouldn't have continued on super
No,
far
you
if
walked
no one
to
else
the
was
street,
coming.
though, I assume,
Yeah,
and
okay.
you're trying to keep a measured distance from Oriana, I assume.
That's fine.
'cause she wants to have a conversation with you.
that's
You
fine.
eventually see them. They're coming up to you. You're probably hearing them, but I would say that you're maybe 10 feet away from them because you're trying to keep a distance from Oriana and you don't really
Okay.
want to engage with her right now. So you're
Yeah,
hearing
that's fine.
this. They're not,
Okay.
but it's also like there's the sounds of the street and everything like that. So you're getting like bits and pieces, but this is happening more in the core group that are like hanging around. Now, if you want to hang back and get with the group again, you are welcome to do so. As you see them start
yeah.
talking.
Yeah, if they basically are slowing up and not coming up
They're
to
not
where I was.
slowing.
then-
They're
Sure.
at you.
Okay.
But again, like Oriana seems to want to engage with you and have a conversation, and you seemed averse to that being the case. So
This
I
is
don't know
still
how.
true.
So you still see her like wanting
Mhm.
to engage with you. So it's up to you if you let the group get to you, and that conversation occurs, or if you decide, oh, they're following me, I'm going to turn around and continue walking towards where we need to go.
I would wait for the group to catch up because the idea of turning and going is literally for like Quinn to just start the walk out.
So I'll
not
say at
for him
this
to, like,
point
be
they
on his
catch
way
up.
over.
They catch up to you.
Okay. All right. So then I would have heard the whole part of like remove ourselves from the equation. That
Yeah,
bit?
that's probably the
Okay.
like that last time that Baltaim said like it's not us retiring, it's us making our own decision and deciding to do this our way. Basically, that's the part that you heard.
Okay. Don't know how much I agree with that idea. We need to establish that we can work together with them and make sure that we can continue this partnership. Otherwise, who's to say when we run into them again? Who's to say when or if we get another chance? Even if we were to say, well, we are not really in a place where we can work with you right now, but check back with us in a few weeks or months. I don't know if they'd be amenable to that. Plus, we have something that needs doing here now. The next thing we were planning to do was check that damn shackle. They're the only ones that know where it is. And the last one we went to, we needed all the help we could get. So I'm of the mind we continue on with our original plan. We go, we talk to them, we convince them how we can all be a benefit to each other. Theirs and ours.
I'm just saying, in this world, things either happen to you or you do things yourself. Either we will be told no, or we can remove ourselves before we are told no.
If we're told no, we're told no, but at least we try.
I feel like you're assuming that we'll be told no.
How can we instill that they should trust us when we are right now afraid at the core? Our rope is barely hanging together.
I vehemently disagree that we're afraid to the core and that we're barely hanging together. It is one individual's behavior, as I have noticed, that everyone else has actually started to come together. I mean, if the conversation yesterday morning is anything to be believed, we were of a unified mind and had actually come together better than we had in quite a while.
Right, so you see, we ride that momentum straight into this conversation.
Yes, but a chain is only as weak as the weakest link.
And I will remove myself if that is what happens. I already told Lex if I was the reason that I would leave.
But that's the thing, you don't have to be the reason. We can all agree. That will show unity, that we all agree that we will remove ourselves from this.
I'm not agreeing to that. Path. I'm not agreeing to that.
Okay, here's the thing, though. They're the most insightful people I've met outside my village. And I ain't got what they call a three-dragon anti-face. They're gonna know that we're not unified in the decision to not go. I'm not going to lie to their faces. And we all know Quinn Kenneth wears his emotions on his sleeve.
If they know that we're not unified in leaving, they're going to know we're not unified in staying.
But that's the thing. I still think that we are all unified in staying.
I'll look over at Quinn.
My guess is he's probably not really looking at you or not really paying much attention to you.
No, I'm just looking at him to see if
that is accurate. Quinn is avoiding eye contact because Baltaim was the one who
he's engaged with
like Baltaim and Perry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He is actually engaged in conversation with two other folk.
Mm-hmm. I'll say you are at this point you're on your way, so you are walking towards it while you're having this conversation. Mm-hmm. Probably about halfway there.
Okay. Cool.
I will say if I can feel the tension, there's a for sure shorty that Lex or Folton will know. That's just my suggestion. Again, I'm putting this out there so we don't just go in somewhere, say something, realize, might have been best for this to happen, and then we were like, well, no one brought it up.
I mean, I feel as though if anyone understands tension in the group, it is the woman who had to shoot at her friend in that tomb.
That is a good point.
Tension is the problem. I mean, at the end of the day, the problem still boils down to we're deceiving each other as far as what we're doing.
Lex's problem with us is not that she doesn't want to trust us, our group, to trust her. She wants to know that our group trusts each other enough to be able to trust their group. And if we're not in a place to trust each other, they will know and they will not want to work with us. So either we cut this at the head, remove ourselves, or we are told we need to remove ourselves.
Or we go and we convince them anyway, because I'm going to be honest, there's at least one person standing here I don't think I'm going to trust ever again. For damn good reason.
Yeah, if that's the case, I don't think we're going to convince them of much of anything.
Well, I'll be real honest. The problem is, I think our goals are so tied together that either we're going to stumble into them and be in their way, or we need to work together.
Removing ourselves doesn't mean we can't work together. We can inform them things that we're doing and still make paths on, or make forge paths on what we're doing for our personal things, got involved with this shackles as well.
I'm not letting that shackle thing go. Period. My life and soul are tied to that. Also, from
My
what I
entire
know of
village is tied to
Thursdune,
that.
and from what I know of Thursdune being something from outside of the normal planes of reality, I'm just going to start pointing at the brand on my neck. It's part of my fucking job.
I think
Sure, that
y'all
shit stays
misunderstanding me.
put.
I'm not asking us to let it go. I don't want us to let it go.
I know, I get what you're saying, but
I'm saying we just don't work with them to do
but
it.
they have all the information about where we're supposed to go, how we're supposed to handle this. If
We
we're
don't
not
have any
working with them, we
information
are
on
shooting
Paris.
ourselves in the damn foot
We don't have
as far
any
as how to
information
deal
on
with
Paris
shackles.
Village.
Actually, I
Now,
have
Vil-
information directly from a god, Baltaine.
Zach, well, I'm saying Lux Aeterna doesn't have any information. They didn't give you that information.
No, I have to learn and grow and be a better sorcerer for that. But that's not the point. The point is that we can't take those shackles on our own.
We don't need to worry about the shackles right now. We have other things that are involved in Thrizadune that can have anything to do with the shackles.
Do we?
Why don't we solve those things?
I literally cannot save my family until I grow a great deal stronger. And in the meantime, I would like to do whatever it takes to keep holding back the monster that is literally eating my father, Baltaine. I have asked for very little of this group. I have asked for trust and respect, and I am asking that you understand that my entire family is at stake. Everyone I have ever known since I was born is at stake. And if I don't do everything I can to hold back the darkness that's killing them, then I am no better than my people were when they decided to hide and open themselves up to what has happened. And I am no better than the people who ignore and walk away.
I'm not asking you to hide, and I will never ask you to abandon your family. Trust me, I'm aware. I'm not asking for us to leave and run and hide away from Thrizadune. I'm saying just a matter of the shackles can be entrusted, like we want to try to do, and trust Lux Aeterna, and trust it to Lux Aeterna. We can figure out other things that we can do that don't have anything to do with shackles, and come back if we are still of the mindset that we want to help each other. Instead of going in there and being told, you cannot help any further. Where would we go if that's the case?
We go wherever it is we go. I say we still
So
go.
why don't we
still
just
try and
do that
convince them.
ourselves?
Because I don't believe in giving up.
We're not giving up.
You are literally saying give up on the idea of trying to convince them that we can be valuable to work with them. You're literally saying we don't do this because if we're just going to be told no, why bother trying? I am not of mind to do that.
We come back stronger.
After what? Look, not having them on our side for this is basically like cutting off a leg and trying to have a fucking foot race. And I'm not going to let the decisions of one fucking person put us in a bind again when we as a group have bigger things to deal with. I'm not about to let the fate of myself, any of you, or any of Peregrine's entire tribe fall into the hands of anyone but ours. Honestly, if we have the ability to stop things like this from happening, and then we just don't do it, but then the bad things go ahead and happen, we are culpable for that. It will happen because we don't intervene, because we're not there, because we're not trying.
I'm saying is it's worth a shot. There is no guarantee that they say no, and if they do, so be it. But if you don't try, you will not know. Perhaps the fact that we can take a moment, understand, and still attempt to come together as a group will show that we can do this. Perhaps the fact that nobody told Oriana that she had to stay home and she wasn't a part of this group anymore will show that we have some unity left. All I'm saying is it's worth a try. And I ain't so afraid of a no that I'm not gonna ask anyway.
At this point, you come to the front of the boiling pot.
Cool.
We're outside.
Mhm.
Seems fairly quiet within. It is early in the morning. You guys have missed the breakfast rush of people likely who have stayed and left for their daily activities. Streets are starting to pick up in pace in terms of carts and vehicles and people going to and from places, and the workday is beginning. But as you sort of get up to the tavern, it's not as bustling as you have seen other taverns, simply just because of the time of day.
Oh, good time for a meeting.
Yep.
You head inside.
I'll take it inside.
Yep. I head in.
You all head inside, and you take a moment to look around the establishment. There are a few people at a couple of the tables, a couple of people at a booth, and a couple of people at the bar, just kind of like nursing morning beverages. Some reading papers and things like that. Some having quiet conversations. A couple of the wait staff kind of milling about, cleaning off tables that have previously been used by previous patrons. The barkeep kind of going up and down the line just to make sure that everyone has what they need. Nods over at you all as you sort of step inside, but kind of leaves you to your own devices to decide where you want to be. As you look around, the one thing you do notice, Quinn, Lex is not sitting at the booth that you saw her at previously, but you do see, as you turn, in sort of a private corner, her and Folton sitting in a booth there.
Cool. Then I will point them out, and we can all make our way over there.
All right. For as you're walking over there, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Anyone who wants to, because you're all.
Please, other people in addition to me. This won't go well for me.
Sort of walking over and looking at them.
Hey,
30,
16.
10.
Oh no, I'm the only one who notices anything, I feel.
Probably. I mean, isn't that usually what happens?
Campion, I don't think you made your check.
Oh wait, come on, Campion.
Yeah, no, he's about to. Hold on. It's
Okay.
taking a minute.
Okay.
Be wise.
Be wise.
Be super
wise.
percent. Yes, it's a wisdom.
It's a wisdom check.
I mean,
Yeah.
There we go.
Alright, so then Perry right now.
See? There you go, man. You did it. Good job.
So Perry and Campion. Perry more so than Campion, only because of her knowledge of working with them. One thing you notice, Lex looks tired, a little haggard, and just generally has a dour demeanor. Not angry, just not as lively as you've seen her before. You do know that Lux Aeterna, as they have told you, tangled with the God of Darkness's threat once before. And though successful, they've also told you that it was not without its losses. You know that they are extremely serious about handling this properly and being prepared and careful.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing you know is that though they are very experienced, Lex, at least, given her interactions with you guys and making you a part of this, likely believes that they cannot handle everything alone, and knows that gathering allies is probably the best way for them to be able to thwart Tharsjun and his influence without major losses.
Mm-hmm.
You know that she probably believes it's in their best interest to gather as many people as they can to combat the darkness.
Uh-huh.
And just from the demeanor of her and Folton, you can kind of sort of gather this mindset as you walk towards the table.
Mm-hmm.
You get over there. They notice you long before, even as you get into the bar, they've noticed you. And as you step up, Lex looks up at you all, again, tired, eyes a little bit bloodshot. So you decided to come. I was worried that maybe you just decided to put it all off. But
No, we just decided to have a little bit of team building last night.
team building, right?
Mm-hmm.
Drinking.
You know, head out to a pub, have a few too many drinks, lose a few of those drinks on other people's clothing.
That's always fun.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah,
Learn
I'm
something
glad you
Spanish.
guys got a chance to let loose a little bit. I know these last few months have been hard on everyone, so
Yeah, you're not wrong.
it's always
That's
good to have a little bit of downtime to just not think about things for even a day.
Speaking of, how are you doing? All things considered. That's probably a dumb question, but still.
I appreciate it. I could be better, you know. But,
That could be said of any of us.
No rest for the
Imagine
wicked,
being
though.
in your position.
No rest of weird or the just, apparently. There's none all around, it
No,
seems.
we're all equal in the eyes of death and the unknown.
That's very true.
I like it.
It's accurate.
All right. So I assume, and she looks at the rest of you, Mr. Quinn here told you why we're having this lovely little discussion.
That it did.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, first things first. I'd like to get to know each of you a little bit better. So,
Fair enough.
the rest of you can wait in the booth just down the way there.
Oh, jeez. Now
And,
I'm there for other reasons.
Let's start.
Fuck, it's a job interview.
Yeah.
Let's start with Quinn. You
Suck at
started it
job
off,
interviews.
so plant your butt. Let's have a conversation.
I don't want to tie.
Fuck, I didn't bring my resume.
My mom always told me where to
And
tie.
she waits for the rest of you to kind of move away.
Yeah. Yeah, I move away.
Yep.
He'll come get you when it's your turn.
Yeah, cool. So everybody wanders off. I just
Mhm.
park it right down.
She just looks at you and says, do you need a drink or food or anything like that?
I know, just came over straight after breakfast, actually. Thank you, though.
No problem.
It's a bit early to have anything any harder. At least.
Water, coffee, tea, something.
No, I think I'm alright. But when it's Campion's turn, don't offer him tea. He's just, I don't understand what it is. He just has this strange aversion to it.
Right.
Like
Got
it's
it.
drinking wet sand or something. If you offer him milk, he'll be your best friend, I think.
I mean, everyone's got their thing, right?
That's true enough.
Can't love everything.
That is
So,
accurate.
tell me, Quinn, you got tangled up with your friends
Mm-hmm.
over the last few months. Obviously, I don't know much about you. I know the little that we've heard, and I know a few things from my own colleagues and friends, but I don't like to hear secondhand information. I like to get to know it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So,
Certainly.
you
The
wouldn't
horse
be
is usually more
adventuring
reliable.
if life was happy and everything was unicorns and rainbows.
Mm-hmm.
Most people who have a happy upbringing and don't have anything to worry about stay where they are because they're happy.
Yeah.
So tell me,
Well,
what made you leave?
I literally didn't have a home to go to anymore. I mean, it's still there, technically, and I don't know who of anyone I've ever known is still alive. Most of the people I know were taken. I was off doing something damn fool stupid. I'm sure you're familiar with my work, and I was away when apparently my village was taken by the reaping. The only person I know for sure that got out alive was my sister.
Right.
And that's what
That was why you were going to Zarithamar.
Mm-hmm. Trying to follow in her footsteps, track her down, make sure.
You found her?
I did. That's how I found out what happened.
I see.
And
Unfortunate.
yeah. And the one thing I can do to try to at least put their souls to rest is to get them out of the most cursed piece of land I believe has ever been walked upon.
Let me ask you. If you could have more time with your mother, your village, the people you lost, the people you love. I'm not talking seconds or minutes. Could be months, a year, 2 years, 5 years. Probably not 100 years, but some amount of discernible time. Or you could let all that go and focus on Tharizdun and the shackles. What would you choose?
You know, if you asked me that question earlier, I would have given anything to get home back as it was, to get my life back as it was. But the longer I've been on the road, the more I've realized that it's bigger than home, you know, like the world around is massive and confusing and wonderful and terrible, and full of amazing people, terrible people. And there are things that wish to do them great harm for no reason other than existing. Like what happened with my own family. And before, I was just a fucking village idiot, basically. Just a man who went sailing on a dare, having never fucking set foot on a boat that was in charge of me. And I just suddenly could do things that I could never do before. You know, cast magic, talk to literal gods. At this point, weird as it is, it's my fucking life now.
So you'd forsake them because you're traveling to save your family's souls.
Yes, but I'm not getting them back after.
Doesn't matter.
Once
But
I
you're
get
telling
them
me
out-
that if you could get them back, even for a short period of time, you would forsake them for the world. That you are so altruistic, Mr. Quinn Cannith, the man who murdered a bunch of merchants in a fucking bazaar for stolen goods, that you'd tell them, piss on you, and you'd save the world.
Well, I'd never use that kind of language with my mother. Dead or not, she would have my head on the ground with my bell fucking rung. She was not a woman to be trifled with.
I believe that.
But if I were to tell her that the price of getting her back was the rest of the world, I don't think I'd ever be able to look her in the eye again. Ma understood having to sacrifice for what you want, having to do what needed to be done. Much as I hate to say it, I know that when I'm done with what I need to do, I'm not seeing her again in this life. And I hope maybe I get to see her in the next. But that all becomes immaterial if what's looking to happen happens anyway. So I would continue on.
And you'd be okay with looking your mother in the eye and saying, I had a chance, but I'm sorry. The world is worth more.
It would fairly well wreck me. I'm not going to lie. But if I get my mother back, what's that mean for everyone else? Everyone else's mothers, brothers, sons, daughters, aunts, uncles, cousins, whatever the fuck. Friends, neighbors, general acquaintances. And I'm just going to look around, just like find some random couple of people. Just like a couple of schlubs just look like they're just, you know, they're just trying to like grab the last bagel because they're running late for something, you know, and they're just going to like trying to hork it down real quick and then be on their way. Those people over there.
Mm-hmm.
I have no fucking idea who they are. I have no fucking idea where they're going. Or what they're doing, or anything else. But what I do know, and what I've come to learn, is they got just as much of a chance to live and a right to it as anyone else. And if that opportunity is taken from them because some big, awful god of darkness or whatever the fuck decides to take that away from them, if I could stop that, if anyone can stop that, they should.
But there's no guarantees that you will stop it.
There's no guarantee for anything.
Well, there's a guarantee you could. I'm saying in this scenario, there's a guarantee you could have those moments with your family. Again, I'm talking in hypotheticals, Quinn. So I'm saying you have an option to continue on the path that you are currently on right now, and maybe save the world. Or have some finite amount of time with the people you lost.
I understand.
You still say you choose the path that you're currently on. Again, I'm just trying to clarify.
I understand. I'll put it this way. The one thing that evil things need in order to triumph over everything is for people to let it happen. Just stand by and say nothing.
That's fair.
But sometimes all it takes is for one person to stand up, look evil dead in the eye and say, fuck you. I aim to be the man what says fuck you.
And what do you think your sister would think of that choice?
I hope she'd be proud of me.
Maybe she would. I don't know her. So
I hope my mom would too.
Again.
But
I don't know her, but
You'd like her.
maybe.
She is...
I don't know.
I'm
You
tr-
and I don't seem to get along very well, and if you
I
come
don't get
from your
along terribly
mother...
well with her. I don't get along terribly well for her, and she is adopted, so if that helps.
Oh, you're
So
talking about your
there's-
sister. I thought you were talking about your mother.
Either one, really.
Maybe I'd get
think
along with
you-
your sister.
Maybe. I mean, I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this, but I don't think there is one. She's about as much of a bitch as you are. With the way that she decides to hammer down the fucking world in front of her. I think you'd get on rather well, actually.
Perhaps. Make a persuasion check for me.
Yeah, why not? Gonna roll a thing. I'm not proficient. 15.
Okay.
That's respectable, maybe. God, I hope.
She takes a moment, kind of just thinking, and like turns to Fulton for a second. And she just like raises an eyebrow at him, and he kind of turns to you and he says, "So, tell me then, it seems like you badly want to have a purpose, have meaning in what you do, see something through that is to the benefit of everyone.
That's fair.
What do you think is preventing you from doing that right now?"
My own limitations. There are things I don't know. There are places I've not been. There's information I don't have. There is strength that I've not yet discovered.
But you guys have seen gods.
Yeah.
You have artifacts of gods.
Yeah.
I would
That's
say
true.
that your limits are what you set for yourself.
They're shrinking, sure, but they're still there. Like I
But
said,
are
it
your
all comes
limits
down to-
not just of your own making? You say you don't
I
have
suppose.
information. The world is before you. It's full
Yes.
of information.
Yes, and we acquire it as best we can.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, the only thing, right, give you an example. What I was just talking about with, fixing what's gone on with my family and everything from home.
Mhm.
I know that I am supposed to go acquire a flower. Apparently I have to fill out a form or something and ask permission or whatever to get said flower from the local government and abide by ordinances and such. I don't know. This is a thing that was read in a book.
Right.
And then once I get that, I have to get that made into some sort of potion in the mail for some sort of protection for when I have to go to the place I need to go in order to liberate the souls of my family. And I
You
also
said,
have to
you said
find
reaping,
something.
right?
Yes.
Right. So I assume you're trying to go to the Shadowlands.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Now, right there's information I don't have as far as what exactly is going to be needing to be done with said potion whenever I get it, how it needs to be used, also what exactly it is that I'm going to need to get to make sure I can clear the well of my family's souls being had long enough for them to get out, and how I'm going to be able to survive being in the most cursed place ever to be laid down long enough to do it.
Right?
If I tried going today, I would surely die.
Of course.
However, that is because of my limitations as of today. There are also things that I could do. What we did down in that basement of that statue, if I
Mhm.
tried doing that 3 months ago, I would have surely died because those were my limitations then. It is an ever-changing thing. What I am capable of, what I know, what I can do changes.
Right.
As I
It's
go
based on
along.
your actions and the things you choose to do, correct?
Right.
You
yes.
say you need to pick up a flower. Once you get that flower, I assume you have to take that to somewhere or someone knowledgeable enough to make this potion that you need. Once
Yeah.
you meet this person who makes the potion, they'll probably tell you how to administer said solution in order to use it properly.
Right.
All right, what you're going into in the Shadowlands, probably don't know a lot about it, but I assume that you'll want to gain some information somehow, somewhere that might have more knowledge on said locale.
Yes, we've been looking into it whenever we can.
There you go. So you gain more information as you go, and then once you feel that you are prepared enough, you actually traverse within that locale to accomplish your goal.
Yes, that is true.
So your
Because what I'm
limitations
capable of-
are only what you set for yourself.
In a way, limitations amount to what I'm capable of at the time. So right now, I am capable of what I am capable of. By the time I can get around to going into the Shadowlands, I'll be capable of quite a bit more. Because there will be places I've been, there will be things I have done, things I have learned, things I have acquired.
Mhm.
Same as anything. Same as with anyone, really.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of what I can do to get there and how I put myself in the best position to do it.
So I'm hearing a very tactical approach to a very large problem that you seem to have. Why is
I'm
it that your
trying.
group has a problem with this tactical approach to problems? What is the wrench in the gears that is stopping you all? Because it sounds like you keep putting limitations in front of yourselves and not meeting the expectations you have for each other. So tell me, where is the chink in your armor?
I think a lot of it just comes down to communication. Making sure points are understood and that we can all agree on the same sort of course of action. Taking other people's things into account. Sometimes some of us tend to steamroll others a little bit. Unintentionally in some cases, intentionally in other cases. I don't judge.
No, I mean, you steamrolled your group once.
I did, and it ended quite poorly.
Poorly, yeah.
And I will admit that.
It seems you've learned from that, because I don't think, well, at least.
I hope that I did, because if not, I would be dumber than anyone ever thought it was.
I mean, I don't know, because I only know some of the things that you guys have accomplished and achieved, but you still have a head on your shoulders, and it doesn't seem like your group is attempting to remove it. So
No.
but
Stays
yeah,
right where it was put, thankfully.
so what? I mean, you guys have gone through a lot. You've
Mhm.
been traveling on the road for months. You've been to ruins of a dark god. You have climbed a vast mountain and met with the creator gods. You have met with other gods in their most holy of temples and received artifacts from them.
Yeah.
Why is communication still an issue?
I suppose if I knew the exact answer to that, it wouldn't be.
Well, can you tell me what you think the issue might be? I mean, honestly, we just want to hear your opinion. What do you
Mhm.
think is the dark blemish on the Shields of Twilight cohesion?
I think sometimes we inadvertently wind up working at cross purposes. That sometimes we tend to lose sight of the exact direction we're going, of the exact goal we need to try to accomplish. Some things end up taking precedence when they shouldn't. And a consensus can be difficult to reach.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you this. Do you trust every single one of them with your life? I mean, you're going into some pretty... Beyond even Thurston, you say you want to go to the Shadowlands. It's a pretty dangerous fucking place. Even like you said, it's you're not even prepared for it right now.
Yeah, not great vacation destination. I know.
You trust all 5 of the other people to make sure that you get there, achieve what you need to achieve, and get out and keep you alive if necessary. You trust that they'll have your back, that you won't need to think about anything other than what's ahead of you.
I've been in quite a few scrapes with these people so far. More than I would like to have been, but that's really... I'm sure you've picked your fair number of fights and had them picked for you more than you wish.
Mm-hmm.
Don't really enjoy the fighting.
No, most people don't.
I hope I never do, really. But I want to say this. When we get to be in the thick of it, and literal lives are on the line, we all do what we need to do. And the players think is struggling with the way to phrase this, because I didn't know I was going to be in a job interview today. Should have prepared my 5-year plan.
Lex just lays her hands on her, or lays her chin on her hands, and she just says, But part of what you said your issue has been is communication and cross purposes. Do you trust that when it comes to saving your family, that you won't have to worry about miscommunication or lack of knowledge or hidden information? Do you trust every one of those 5 people to tell you what you need to know to make sure that you can lay out the best plan possible? Because I understand in battle having one another's backs, but guess what? Even an enemy will have your back if it means their survival in a battle. Because if we all survive, I survive. And me surviving, well, that nets me a benefit. But when it comes to exploring a ruin or being able to gain a piece of knowledge or information that might otherwise be out of my reach, I am not necessarily... I mean, I'm pretty good at gathering knowledge myself. But
I've seen your work.
Everyone in my group is not the best at that. We all have our skills. We all have the things that we're good at. I have to trust that the person next to me and the person on my right, the person on my left all want the same thing. And at the end of the day, we all know what we're walking into. So tell me, do you have that?
I would like to answer yes unequivocally, but I can only say that I know for a fact that everyone that I'm traveling with will do the thing they're best at in any given situation.
Oh, Quinn. What if what they're best at is making you believe exactly what they need you to?
And I suppose that's a conversation what would need to be had.
Who don't you trust, Quinn? Or is it all of them?
Oriana.
Why?
What you were talking about as far as withholding information, making people believe what it is they want them to believe, those things specifically, she's shown to have proclivity for doing exactly that, and has done it at times where it has put us in a bit of a bind more than once. And much as I would like to be able to say I trust everyone in the group, you know the old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And to be completely honest, there are only so many times I can do the same thing again and again and again and get the same result before I have to try and evaluate whether or not I'm losing my fucking mind and just I am insane and do not realize it.
And yet, apparently you, if my information is correct, saved her life once. Gave up something pretty important to you.
I did. It was the right thing to do.
But didn't do it for Dobby.
And I regret that. I regret not doing that every fucking day. I should have done it. Knowing what I know now, knowing what's happening to him now, because I didn't intervene. When I could have saved him, I could have stepped in, but I didn't. I didn't. I'm never going to get over that.
Let me ask you. You have two lives, Dobby, Oriana. And one opportunity. Right now, you could save either one of them. Who do you save?
honestly, I don't know. I can't second guess what Harley did.
I'm not asking you to. I'm saying you have a new opportunity. They're both dead on the ground in front of you. And you can save one. Who do you save?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can't make that fucking choice. I can't choose who lives and who dies.
But you do.
It's not.
And you
in
did.
In the moment, I see someone fall. I can try and get him back up. I do.
But in that moment
Oriana
with
was
Dobby,
down.
you had an opportunity.
You're right, and I wasted it.
So you do have the ability to choose who lives and who dies.
Yeah, I wasted my chance to save his life. Knowing what I know now, if I could do it differently, I would save him then. But that doesn't mean that if I had multiple people down on the ground dying in front of me, I don't know how I would make that fucking choice.
It's not an easy one to make.
No, it's not. I can't say who would get to first, what I would do.
They're equidistant from you. But it's fair, Quinn. Just be aware that that moment might come. Maybe not between Oriana and Dobby, but between Peregrine and Campion, Baltame and Sinric.
You know, I'm aware.
And you'll only have a split second to make that decision.
And when that decision is before me,
I hope you don't hesitate.
When that decision is before me, when it's a decision that I have to make in the moment because it is actually actively happening, then I will do whatever I can to make that choice. But dealing a hypothetical after the fact, talking about a man what's been dead for months now.
That's fair.
It's a world of difference. And yeah, I let him down. I let him die. And not who I was then.
I believe that. I think you're still hot-headed and aggressive, and I think you still let your temper get the better of you.
You're not wrong.
But we all have our limits, and it doesn't make you doesn't make you any less. Just makes you who you are.
I try to overcome my limitations as much as I can. Like I said, what my capabilities are and what limits me change by the day. And I do my best to do what I can to overcome the things that I can.
It's good to know. All right, well. Go and get Campion for me.
Yes, ma'am. I will go get Campion.
All right.
And so, go to the table. Campion?
Yeah.
I believe it's your turn, sir.
Oh, okay. He's gonna leave Greybone with the rest. He's just
Greybone's just like sitting by the table.
Yeah.
Greybone's being best boy.
You slide into the booth, and Lex just looks at you and says, "Welcome. How you doing?"
I'm good.
Do you want a drink or anything?
Milk.
Food? Milk? And she calls over one of the wait staff and orders the drink for you. And after a moment, a glass of milk is placed in front of you.
Okay.
Enjoy. So, Campion, you joined this wacky group sort of in the midst of everything that was happening. just after they'd lost someone important to them. I don't know the circumstances of how y'all met or what sort of bound you to work with them, but why are you still... Why are you still helping?
Oh, well, I mean, one, I kind of have to, or Westwood gets claimed by Thorasdune now, so one. The second one is the kind of my only friends, so friends help friends.
I see. So you made friends with them.
Yes.
So, what's your whole shtick?
What?
Why are you bopping around in ruins and dungeons and sewers and wherever the hell the rest of the group has been?
Oh, I mean, it's interesting. They go to very fantastical places, and I like to know things.
Yeah, you're,
So,
you're the
yeah.
inventor type. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
But do you have no goal of your own?
I want to see the world before I die.
So then, again, I'm going to ask you, why would you want to go to places that are more likely to kill you before you get a chance to see the rest of the world?
If I don't help them, then most likely they're going to die. And if they die, then logically there's a higher percentage of the world ending. So even if I die, I still want the world to continue. So it's in my
Right.
interest to help them to keep the world continuing to exist. Yes.
I see. And she just turns to Fulton for a second and kind of like gives him a look, and he looks over at you and he goes, "So, what's your problem with me then? Because it's in your best interest to work with us, because we have all the fucking information about the world ending, and you have some problem with me when I have never done anything to you."
I don't think I've ever heard Fulton swear before.
Yeah, bro.
Damn.
That's how
God,
Fulton-
Fulton swore.
Hell, you made Fulton swear a cuss, you monster.
Does Fold look? He looks stressed out too, right?
No, he does not.
Oh no. Okay.
He looks sort of he's actually very blank-faced. Just kind of staring at you.
You made Fulton
Quizzically.
swear at you cold, you monster. How dare you?
So yeah, he looks like straight at Fulton, like just dead on, and he's like,
It's a feeling. I don't know. It's not. I don't know, Fulton. I don't know. Just how, Lex doesn't, is asking me questions about, why am I with the group? I'm very perplexed why someone of your stature is putting his hat in this situation.
I literally saved the world with these people 5 years ago.
But why?
What?
Exactly.
No, you're asking why. Because I ended up falling in line with this group of people, similar to your explanation of why you're going along with the 5 other people that you're traveling with. And as our adventures expounded and expounded and expounded, we got pulled into more and more dark knowledge of what was happening, and it kind of fell on our shoulders to do something about it. And before you say, well, why couldn't you get anyone else? We did. We talked to many different people to try and help us out. And we did get some allies to help us, but ultimately it still fell to a smaller group of us because it's easier to do when you're going after a single person than trying to, gather 4 different nations' armies to, defeat something of that nature. It's very difficult to do, coordinate. You're an intelligent guy. So, yeah, I found myself working with these people, caring about them, becoming, like you said, friends with them, and not wanting them to all die and the world to be in a poorer place. Also, by the way, I'm part of the Explorers Guild, and I really like exploring places, especially dark ruins, because there's a lot of really cool artifacts in those places.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and these people were going to all of those dark places that had really cool artifacts.
Yeah, really
so
cool
why
things,
wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I do that?
Yeah, they're really like inaccessible. Like.
Okay, so how does that not make sense?
You like tea, Fulton?
It's all right. It's not my favorite drink. I don't hate it, but it's not the thing that I drink all the time.
Sorry, Fulton, but I innate hate of tea.
Okay, so because I might slightly like tea, you have a hate for me.
I don't hate you. You seem as a very intelligent person.
Thank you.
And
you seem pretty intelligent too, which is why I don't understand where this disdain comes from.
Yes, it's just someone as intelligent as you. I feel, what efforts are you doing to help the overall apocalypse?
Oh, I see.
Especially with the situation now with Baltaim's sister and living weapons. Have you done research on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be figuring out your problems too on top of the world ending. I forgot. Campion, I'm just so sorry that I couldn't find time in my schedule to pencil in Baltaim's sister and living experiments when I didn't actually know any of that was happening. And I'm busy also trying to help my friends with a god of darkness and a bunch of artifacts that are acting up.
Well,
if you had maybe asked me instead of just expecting it from me, expecting I know everything. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know if that's what your group believes of us, that we're some extraterrestrial beings that can just magically understand every single thing that's going on in the realm and beyond it. That is not us. Perhaps that's a better question for the gods you've been meeting, because they're a lot better versed in that kind of stuff than us.
That's a very interesting argument.
Yeah. How about instead of making assumptions about people, you get to know them? Ask them a few questions. Take time to learn who they are. You say you're friends with your group, but is that friendship a convenience and proximity, or the fact that you actually want to get to know them and learn who they are?
I'd say both.
How many times have you sat down with one of your group, yourself, to have a conversation with them to get to know them? I'm not talking about them coming to you.
Oriana several weeks back, when she was doing suspicious activity.
When she was doing and he turns to Lex at this point. Lex just looks down and she's like, okay, suspicious activity. So you were suspicious of Oriana's behavior and followed her somewhere or investigated her. That's not what friends
no,
do.
I wanted to make sure she wasn't getting into too much trouble and get hurt.
Right, but you said she was doing suspicious behavior. So I mean,
yes.
if someone's doing something suspicious, it's because you don't trust what they're doing and are worried.
You've met Oriana, correct?
Yes, I've met Oriana.
I was there to mitigate any damages or situations she would get into.
I understand that. But that's not getting to know someone as a friend, Campion. That's you making sure she doesn't harm herself or others.
Well, that's friendship. One going out of their way to protect the other from getting hurt. Correct?
It's a part of friendship, sure. But it's not really because you want to know her as a person. Like, did you actually get to know her as a person better after that? Did you, like, catch up to her and realize she wasn't doing anything that was going to hurt anyone and then, like, sat down with her and had milk?
Well, it wasn't possible because she was under some kind of spell where she couldn't really divulge the situation she was in. I was learned later on.
Can we just have Campion recount the events of the entire campaign, like fucking Luis from Ant-Man? Can we have just like a special one-off stream where that happens, please?
Maybe.
Holy shit, this is fun.
Right. Okay. Sometimes the nuances of social graces are lost on some of us, and then that is fair. So someone as logical and tactical as you, what do you think is your group's problem, then? They have such a brilliant mind at their disposal to help them figure out these situations. You look at it, it seems like with not emotion, but with interest and knowledge and purely for investigative research and tactical purposes. So where has that mind been in the many hiccups your group seems to have found themselves in?
I have been told that I focus and broaden myself out on too many situations instead of focusing on one. So I believe the situation is I was involved in another train of thought to truly aid the group in those times.
So you literally just space out on your group?
Yes.
And you don't see any issue with that?
Well, I'm constantly trying to figure out certain things, like Tharizdun and the shackles, and then I start thinking about Greybone, and then I start thinking about potions, because we need potions in order to help support them. Then I start thinking about upgrading my crossbow in order to shoot better, and then other inventions, and then helping them, and then Baltaim's sister now, and then if they die, they get tortured. So yes.
Right. So do you believe that you're one of the issues amongst your group?
Yes.
That's fair. I appreciate the honesty. So how do you work on that?
Less problems to solve.
Oh, but you're in a world full of problems. I'm sure you see a problem. I bet you could pick out 15 just by looking around this room.
T-15, looking at the guns. Does she have her weapons on her or no? She doesn't.
She has them hidden. You do see a rifle propped up beside her, though.
I see 15 issues with that rifle right there. It's greatly improved. It's a very nice work of art, though.
You're welcome to have issues with my craftsmanship.
No, it's not issues. It's just notes of improvement. Nothing's wrong. That's what my mother always told me. Everything has their own way of life and working. It's just things could be improved.
Yeah. I could probably spend a good week and a half, 2 weeks on your crossbow and make it 10 times better than what it is, but, well.
What I'm trying to say is, you look at our group, and we are a mess. That is certain. But look back on your group. It takes time for cohesiveness. In a situation like this, true, the time of the world is ending, but it can't be rushed. Everything
No one's
works
been
out.
rushing anyone, as far as I know. No one has been rushing you to make decisions that have placed you in hot water. No one has rushed you into not trusting one another in situations.
I'm not saying that there's an external force of us rushing us. It's us rushing ourselves to meet the minimum capabilities of helping you.
It's not the minimum capabilities, Campion. It's you are going into situations with us that are going to put you through the proverbial ringer. And if there's no cohesion and communication between the rest of you, if there's not trust between all of you, why should my group of friends, as an external to the inner workings of the Shields of Twilight, be comfortable being tied to that? Everything I do, my group knows about. Whether they like it or not, they know about it. I know I trust every single one of them to be honest with me and to have my back. And in every situation, I know that we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that we're all safe and that we get out alive. And I know that at the end of the day, whatever decision is made, the group goes along with it as a group, and we handle it as a group, whether it goes poorly or it goes correctly or it goes neutrally. We live with the decision. Because we are a group. Because we are friends, because we care about one another, and because we know that each of us is doing it for the betterment of the group. And we're not doing it without divulging our actionable plans to other people. Because the worst feeling is knowing you could have done something and didn't even get the opportunity to play a part. See, if you allow it to happen and you're a part of it, you get to have an opinion at the end of the day. So I'm curious. You say that you're one of the issues within your group. Are you the only issue?
No, I believe I'm understanding the context which you are trying to express.
So what else is an issue in your group?
Full on trust and understanding the total line of the group.
And who doesn't have that? Or do you have that with all of the group and they just don't have that with you, or what?
The weak link would be Oriana.
I see. Again, I appreciate your honesty, but I can seem to be always able to trust that you will give me an honest answer, which I like. It's good to have someone who's a straight shooter. Well, Campion. It's been a pleasure getting to know you. And
Okay.
Maybe someday I'll let you take a look at the rifle.
Understood. He gets up and
Yeah, go get
Can I take my
Cineric.
milk with me
Cineric.
or no?
Yeah, take your milk. Yeah, it's yours.
Okay. Just Cineric.
Okay. He comes over, grabs you, Cineric.
My God, that was a journey. That was like a
I
trip
feel
through.
like I've aged 20 years from this
I
conversation.
mean, really, that was like a trip through Wonderland on acid.
I mean, hey, I only got about 20 to 30 years left. That conversation took most of it. Sorry.
All right, so
I couldn't
Cineric,
resist.
you sit down?
Yep.
All right. Lex nods and says, it's good to talk with you. Do you need a drink, food, anything?
Well, I guess a sobering conversation demands a sobering drink. How about a coffee?
Sounds good. She calls over the waitstaff and orders the drink for you, and a coffee is brought before you with all of the fixins that you might take in your coffee if you don't take it black, but you have the options.
Oh, it's going black. I mean, you know, that soldier.
Got it?
boots.
Hey, that's fair. So, Cendric,
Yes.
I know you were pals with Dobby before all of this craziness. I guess he was his own brand of crazy.
Well, that's one way to put it.
But what's your ultimate? Are you just doing this because you got rounded up into it?
At first, it was absolutely the truth that I was just along for the ride because there was nothing better else for me to do. Over the last couple of months, it actually feels like there's a purpose to what I'm doing with everything here. And I'm not about to let that slip through my fingers.
You were the first person that died,
Yes.
and I only know this because I was the one who pulled in the favor to make sure that you'd have a chance to see the light once again.
And I am thankful for that.
It's neither here nor there. I appreciate that, but this is not to hold that over your head or anything like that. Just a statement of fact. But that happened, and I'm sure it was jarring for your group. You had only just begun to adventure together, to be in this situation with one another. And then you went to Avonhurst and you started to learn a little bit more. And then you lost your friend.
Yes. It's been not what I would call a pleasure cruise, but it's been a journey.
It sure has. So tell me, what were your feelings when Quinn saved Oriana's life and not Dobby's?
I was ready to let Dobby go. I knew we had tried, we had made the effort, I knew it didn't work.
But you had a guaranteed option.
The thought of taking it, whether by force or through more nefarious means, did
No,
cross
I'm
my
not
mind,
asking you if
but
you would have done that. I mean, obviously that would cross anyone's mind in a state of bereavement, but not long after a situation presented itself, and without much ado of anything, Quinn made a different choice.
understandable. As I said, I was ready to let him go. I did not feel any animosity towards Quinn because it was not an easy decision to make. I mean, it was asking someone to save someone that I was close with versus him saving his family. It's something that I felt unfair and unjust to even consider as an option for him. I'm happy that he found the strength to use it on his own accord.
Fair enough.
But as far as temptation, yes, it was there, but at the end of the day, sometimes you do have to accept a loss and think what's better as a whole.
Right. You were a soldier. You have a more pragmatic approach to dying. I'm sure you've seen your fair share.
Better or worse?
So now that you're traveling with this group, what purpose do you feel that you found?
I feel as we can rise up against the potential threats that are coming. I feel that we can have a chance at giving people the ability to live a longer life and not in a world where a chaotic god decides to visit. I feel like I have potential for more than just being abandoned from my home in befit from a bad situation. And it's a good feeling because for a while I was content with just existing, which even then took a long time to get to.
So your purpose is just to be a tool to help the rest of your group? You have no ambitions for yourself? You're just here to support the rest of them?
I would want nothing more to be able to have some semblance of my old life, absolutely. But I take solace in knowing if we can at least help everyone, I know that I've at least helped them lead a longer life. It's not something to be the best case scenario, but
that's an admirable outlook. Okay. So you're a soldier. You've done a lot of training. What do you think your tactical issue is in the group? Again, you
I
were the
think-
first to be lost, and then you watched a good friend be lost and be unable to be revived,
It's
and then
impossible
saw
to.
a bunch more, and I'm just curious, what's your take?
It's impossible to never have or experience a casualty, and
I agree.
while it's never easy to see, especially for someone close to you, it's something that I move past very quick, whether it be through lack of emotion or, just bottling it inside. Because if I don't, then the road ahead is not clear.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not the most healthiest thing, but
So you think you're
We-
the problem?
I think we all have our own problems. I think my problem is that I become too pragmatic and want people to react a specific way in battle. But I have to step back and understand these are not my fellow soldiers. These are not people that I'm used to training with my entire life, that know me and I know them in and out. We have to be able to communicate better, me as well, because, well, I'm to just go in a direction for my own good.
I see.
So I'm as much a fault as any other member, in my opinion.
So you think there are a bunch of issues that you all still need to work out?
I think we need to find a way to better leverage our own strengths to cover our own weaknesses.
That's fair.
Whether that be the biggest problem, I think might be inclusive to what I feel.
You see Fulton kind of look over and he says, so you think you're all your own worst enemies, basically, at the moment, at least.
On the contrary, because in situations where it does count, we've shown that we're capable of coming together. We've just
Of course you have.
haven't found a way to recreate that success on key 100% of the time.
What do you think, what percentage do you think you're sitting at?
Whenever life or death is on the line.
That's not every day.
I don't know how to. It's not. I don't know how to quantify that into a solution, but it seems more and more often lives are on the line.
Sure, but not every battle you go into is a life or death situation. Some,
No.
sure. And not every situation requires you to take out your axe and
No.
cut a swath.
Well,
Through the
fighting
enemy
is
lines.
not always the answer to everything.
So, though it has happened, I'm sure, quite a few times where you have had to fight for your lives, and lives have been lost, and you've had to bring them back. Saying that during life or death is when you all come together. I mean, that's great. It's awesome that during life or death moments, you manage to keep each other sufficiently alive and going.
And see, I wouldn't say that would be awesome, because we have yet been able to work of that mindset when it's not a matter of someone dying.
Yes, that's what I was getting to. So the percentage is probably fairly low.
Not as, yeah. I mean,
If you're looking
Not
at
as
like a
high as I would like it
70-30,
to be.
you're looking at the 30%.
I mean, I would agree with you. I'm not much by the number. I'm more by the fight in the drink.
I got it. So you don't feel there's a weak link, so to speak. You just feel like the chain is completely frayed and ready to snap at any point.
Not frayed, but loose. I don't think we're at the point of coming unraveled yet.
But you're not at the point of coming together either.
It's an interesting choice, but yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I can see the potential for us. I really can.
I can as well. I mean, you are a capable group. You've done a lot of really amazing things that not a lot of other people probably have or ever will. You've been a lot of places that a lot of people probably never will.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm willing to put what I have on the line, knowing that they'll do the right thing and what needs to be done.
But do you trust them all to do the right thing? Do you trust them all to have your back? And I'm not just saying in the life or death moments, but in the moments which seem like they're not life or death. Funnily enough, sometimes those moments are more life or death than the ones when the axe is swinging for your head.
Well, I mean, I believe we certainly had a few of those just recently that were not related to fighting.
And?
But I don't think there's a straightforward answer for me to give you, and the reason why I say that is because after working with everyone, I can trust and react to knowing what they would do. And while it may not always be the positive thing, at least knowing that, I can account for that situation and could even put it to use should we need to. Again, probably not the best thing that you guys would like to hear, but I have trust that we can work together.
So you're trusting that you have good enough understanding and perception of your group's flaws that you could then manipulate them into being used for a more positive outcome. Because you're a good observer.
Implied.
No, I'm asking. You're saying no. Well, but you're saying.
But
the
problem
you see
we
people.
know about is the one we can handle. The problem we don't know about is the one that will kill us. If that makes sense.
Do you know everything about your group?
Well,
can you trust them to do the same thing time in and time out? Because they're not machines. They're not constructs. They do have their own minds and personalities and wants and goals. So...
As does every person, yes.
Okay. So you're saying that you know them well enough to be able to adapt to their choices.
Yes,
But you don't trust them because their choices are not always going to be the same? I'm a bit confused.
I don't know how better to explain. So how about we go through example?
Yeah, give me an example.
So Quinn can be hot-headed and aggressive.
Of course, yeah.
And while he is growing and it is tapering down, it's still becoming to a point where he can be aggressive and easily put into a situation where could potentially cause us to be in a fight as opposed to not. that's
Sure.
something that we can see coming, and that's something that in the past I have sat by, but we have the ability to diffuse and can see before it starts. Baltaim can be a bit
Really?
impulsive, and that. Oh, sorry, go on.
I'm sorry. So you knew he was going to blow up at me in that hallway. Sinric. You actively knew exactly what was happening.
Tensions were high, and we could have reacted.
What would you
of
have
not
done
doing
then? Tell me,
anything.
what would you have done to change that situation as Quinn was following me out into the hallway and having a conversation with me?
The best course that I could have hoped for was to have him wait and take a few minutes, and then maybe the situation wouldn't have happened. But it did, and we're here.
So you would have held him back.
I would have tried to talk.
Again, I'm just asking. So you would have tried to stop him and say like, "Hey, whoa, hold on. Let her
again,
walk away."
That inaction is my weakness as to where I was going.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to understand. Okay. Well, you've been pretty forthright. And you've made your opinion well known. So let me just ask you this one last thing. Why are you here?
With this group, or
No, in this room. Because your opinion's being plainly made clear as to what you think about this group and what you think about your cohesiveness and the things that you need to work on. So either you didn't talk to the rest of the group, you didn't, like you said, you didn't take action and make it known that you did not feel that this was the right course of action. Or you just came here because you were like, meh.
We did have a conversation. We sat down, and we all agreed that working together would be in both of our interests.
Yeah, I mean, it is in your interest. It's in our interest as well to have people helping, but not people that are loose chains that cannot figure their shit out.
Again, that's fair. But working together also implies that we all lay our cards on the table.
Like I said, I appreciate your honesty.
Here to put everything I am on the table, and if that's accepted, I would want nothing more, because I too feel as though we're going to need a lot of allies regardless.
All right.
In the future to come.
Well, I appreciate your candidness, Sinric. Make a persuasion check for me, please.
Sure. Hey, that's almost a straight roll. Hey, that's a 3.
Okay. She just nods to you and says, "You can go to your group. Call over Baltaim for me."
Sure. I'll go tap Baltaim on the shoulder. You're up.
All right. I'll walk over.
All right. As you sit down to begin a conversation with Lex and take a deep breath, that's where we'll take our break for the evening, because it's getting late and I want to give everyone a chance to stretch their legs, grab a drink, a real drink, and take a moment, use the bathroom if they need to, and we will be back very shortly for this continued social encounter with the Shields of Twilight. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us. We will be back very soon. See you in a minute.
Hi. Be back. Yeah, asshole.
All right, we're back, everyone. So let's jump right in here. So, Baltime, you sit down at the table. Lex and Folton nod at you. Folton just turns and says, do you need a refreshment, some food, anything?
I'm good.
All right. Well, you, I mean, I just was recently accused of a few things, and we can dig into those in a minute. But why don't you get into exactly what got you into this whole, I guess, situational mess of traveling with this group of people?
Well, I was more so looking for my sister. Me and her were out about Agraria and got ambushed on the road by undead, and I really set out from there to find her, and I got lumped in all this, more so or less.
See. So your main goal has been to find your sister.
Right.
All right. So I'm told you found her, which I guess congratulations, although there's some issue happening.
Right.
Campion sort of came at me about exploding people or something like that, and me not doing anything about it. So I'm just trying to understand, because I had no knowledge of any of this.
Yeah, I apologize on his behalf.
No, it's fine. Maybe he thinks that maybe he thinks we're actual gods, which super cool, but really not a god.
No, our group had talked about, and Lex had informed me and may have insisted imploring your help with my sister. But once Quinn had told me of this situation, I thought maybe best to try to put things in our own hands and not, always rely on your helps. Maybe, if it was something you could do or not, but talk about it probably after this and not come at you like we're using you. I know it probably doesn't feel well to be always acted upon to do stuff, so I thought best to try to see what I can do on my own, and if I reach in there, come and rely on someone else's help in that situation.
I see. And is your sister staying somewhere else? Is she safe? Is she okay? Or
she's safe right now. She's staying with the wits of the country.
Oh, okay.
Right
that's okay. She is not with you. She is with the government here. Okay. That is a situation.
It is.
Interesting. Okay. Well, perhaps we can talk about it after, but okay, well, you found her, and she is now in, I guess, the custody of the government here. So what are your plans?
Well, I plan to
leave her here.
Well, I don't really have any other choice but to leave her here.
Well, why is that your only choice?
Well, governments don't really like you taking things that could be dangerous in the city and taking them away from them.
Oh, yeah, of course. They're not going to probably just allow you to waltz her out of here if there is some major issue, but I just mean you don't need to walk away.
I'm not walking away at all. I'm going to try to refine my roots and try to figure out, I figure the best step could be to be how this was done to me, and try to see if maybe what's been done to her can be undone.
I see. So you're going to be staying here for a little while then?
No, I think I'm going to have to go out to my home. see I can pick up any leads there.
Which is
Sakar.
South of here. Let's see. Interesting. So is that's your next destination as a group then?
Well, we need to do some things for Oriana, but I think we're heading in a arc fashion.
Right, except Quinn was saying you needed to go to the Shadowlands at some point. He needed to get a flower and then go give that flower to someone.
Go to get the flower when Oriana's thing should be around that area as well.
Okay.
I believe somewhere near the border.
Right. So you got to go get a flower. You've got to do something for Oriana. And then you also have to come back down the coast for your information on potentially how to help your sister. Am I correct?
It'd be more west, wouldn't it be?
Oh, Sakar. Yeah, you're going. Okay, so you need to keep going. Got it. Yeah. You go northwest. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. And then in the midst of all of that, you need to also be apparently handling the Tharizdun.
Correct. Which I think is sort of on the way to past Veladon, or it's the one in Veladon. So I think it all kind of lined up, kind of okay. Might have a
Yeah. So what happens if you need to get to Veladon faster than getting to Sakar? Do you forsake your sister for Tharizdun, or do you help your sister?
Am I supposed to be aware of the knowledge? I'd be forsaken one or the other?
I'm just asking if something pops up and there's information that for some reason you have to get there. I mean, assuming you come with us and that shackle has to be looked at immediately. What do you do?
Well, if that was the situation, I would think my sister would give me right hell if I try to stop saving the world for her sake. I probably necessarily wouldn't like it. I think,
And what if your travels after that don't take you back in the direction that you need to go right away? I guess what I'm trying to say, Baltaim, is what is your ultimate goal? Is it to save the world or to save your sister?
My ultimate goal is to make sure that those closest to me are protected. What they need to be done.
So tell me, if the world gets saved but your sister dies, did you protect her? Are you willing to make that sacrifice?
I'm not quite sure. I haven't come to that crossroads yet. And that's probably not the answer you want to hear, but...
So here's my answer. You will come to that crossroads. If you want to stick with us, do you save the world or do you save your sister? I can guarantee it for you right now, because I know what has to be done. And I hate putting that in front of you as the type of person I am. But you are either all in or not at all. It is a choice each one of us, and he nods to Lex, has had to make. And I'm asking if you can or not.
I would try my best to do what I think would be for the greater good of change. And if that is to help in any fashion I could, that's what I would have to do and would do.
That's fair. And it's not to say you will 100% guaranteed lose your sister. Just you may not be able to invest as much time as you would think towards her right away. Depending. And he turns to Lex. Lex just says, so you finally had your sister out of that tomb. Last I saw you all, we'd just exited. What the hell happened?
We reported back to the triumvirate.
With your sister?
It was I had wanted to stay outside, but I'd wasn't currently aware of it being everyone besides Cade.
I mean, you knew the entire triumvirate was involved. I know Cade was your main point of contact, but you guys had met the rest of them, and this was a tri-signed investigation that led you to a place that is wholly illegal to enter.
I had a gut feeling and a head feeling. I went with my head feeling instead of my
But
gut
I mean,
feeling.
like, so after, sorry, let me just get this straight. After you were hurt and bleeding and barely standing, you took your sister straight to Dragonstone Citadel to have a conversation.
No, we
with the
went to
triumvirate.
Oriana's manor.
Okay, to rest. So you went and you had a sleep, and
That's where we met the triumvirate.
what? Why?
Oriana had told Cade we had information, and that's where we had met at.
See. Okay. And she just told you, obviously, that she told Cade, and I assume he just said that he alone was coming, and you guys were gonna have a conversation about what you'd found. And unfortunately, they blindsided you, and there was all of them there.
She had said that she informed them and that they were going to be there, and we didn't know that all of them were going to be there.
So at that point, why didn't you not bring your sister?
We had talked previously about what we were going to say, and I had entrusted Oriana the words she was saying to not involve my sister, and unfortunately just the heat of the conversation, other people interacting, just happened to come out like that.
I see. So you had entrusted one person in your group to handle the message that you wanted to tell, and then the rest of the group just joined in and convoluted that message, and then basically got your sister arrested or taken into custody.
I mean, in a sense, they were trying to help our case, but Oriana's more tactful with.
You've heard of the saying "too many cooks in the kitchen," right?
I wasn't aware everyone was gonna talk. I thought we were all on the same page of.
Yeah. So you thought. I'm getting this thread of just communication differences. So you were going into a fairly serious situation where you wanted to make sure you got your answers and your ducks in a row. And you gave that sort of flagpole to Oriana. Pass or fail, she was going to handle making sure that you said the right things. And then everyone else just decided to jump right in there, and communication just went out the window, and things were said that was unintentional. I get it, but basically you went in with a plan, and that plan didn't stick.
In a sense.
How often does that happen?
I mean, honestly speaking, I don't think no plan ever sticks the course in general. But I think maybe half the times we don't fully come up with a plan, or the other half we have to react to other things surrounding a plan. So.
And how often is there miscommunication? Because I know you try to plan for a situation,
right.
You get to the situation, and it's completely not what you expected. So that I get. And thinking in the moment, 100% I understand that. That happens to all of us. But how often is it that the communication is just garbled, and rather than letting that person think on their feet, or the person that you expected to kind of lead the charge, again, all the cooks jump in to try and save the spoiled broth.
I think I can't quantify the number.
But the fact that you can't quantify
it
the
happens.
number, it's
sure, yes,
often enough.
Right, but I can't.
No, I don't expect you to tell me
right.
It's happened 9 times. No.
Right.
Okay. Can you point to a reason it happens?
Well,
again, if you've gone through this many a time, you would think you would step back and say, like, okay, this keeps happening to us. We should probably figure out a way to, like, handle things so that we have, a person entrusted to be, our point person, our whatever, our talker, our lookout, our roguish, stealthy person. You would think that you would figure out, like, who are your best people to be skilled at these specific areas that tend to crop up in random times, and even when you are sort of unaware or in an unknown situation. So I guess my question is can you point to something as to why this is still a thing going on? After, going through all the craziness that you guys have been through, dealing with a lot of crap that you've had to go through, a lot of scary situations, traveling months and months together. I would assume you all know what your strengths and weaknesses are, what you're good at, what everyone's focus sort of area is.
Right, and we are I'd say pretty well versed, knowing who and where to place who in most situations. Um, I think really, um, it's more of a trying to get people to open themselves up to understanding or seeing others' point of views.
I see. So some of your group are too narrow focused or narrow minded.
Some tend to harbor onto one point. Some reserve themselves inward to think about things, reflect on things, and then make a point after the fact, which, can be good to reflect on things sometimes. Some are just slow to reveal, and also just the time of, camping is fairly new into all of this. We've tried to ingratiate camping in, but, new people and all of that, but he's coming around, I feel. But I would say, yeah, that some wide net of trying to understand each other, misunderstanding sometimes what the other person is feeling or thinking.
Right. And this misunderstanding got your sister placed into a position where who knows if you're going to get her out of it. So how do you feel about that?
I feel
because I assume had you have been able to go to rest for the evening, not half in the bag, reconvened, rested, and then on your own terms went to talk to the Triumvirate, probably wouldn't have brought your sister to the main audience chamber there.
Correct.
I would assume. Just the smart thing would be to have her not be there.
It was not my original plan, no.
So, knowing that you were, this miscommunication led to the one person that you've been out here risking your life for the majority of the time to be now in the clutches of some of the wiliest, most cunning, intelligent people in the world. How's that going for you?
It's not the greatest situation, but it's not the worst either.
No.
I trust in their need of her more than I trust their need to help me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're probably not going to do anything to harm her. I don't see what would be the point in that.
Right. And I trust that for now, which is good enough for me currently.
So let me ask you this. You said that when I asked you, or when Folton asked you, the world or your sister, you said that your whole purpose is to protect the people that you love. That's why you're doing all of this. Your group put the person that you love in a very... it's not deadly, but it's a bad situation. So where's your trust with the group? Because I'm assuming you trusted them to do the right thing and help you with your sister. And instead your sister is in the clutches of people who, probably won't kill her, but will certainly use her.
Correct. But she is not dead, and that is all.
So that's all that matters.
For right now, to me.
So if she gets tortured, if she gets mind controlled, if she gets experimented on further, as long as she doesn't die, that's okay for you. You're good with that.
I don't think they'll do most of that.
You don't know them.
I don't. I know what type of people they are, though.
Do you? Really? Tell me, what type of people are they?
They're very greedy people. They seek
No.
power.
Also no. You don't know anything about them. But you are welcome to your beliefs. You're a very naive individual, Baltaim. It's unfortunate. But you will be taken advantage of. That goodness in your heart. And I am sad to see that that goodness and trust was already used against you. But fair enough. You're happy enough with where your sister sits, and you still have full trust in the rest of the group to make sure that you eventually figure things out with her.
For right now, yep. I have trust in everyone. I've been as open with them. I feel like I'm the only, really the proof that is in the pudding. I'm the only one that hasn't died of our group because I've entrusted them with my life, everyone in my group.
Right.
I mean, could change. Things get dangerous more and more, so we get
No, of
along
course,
this
of
road,
course.
but
You haven't kicked the bucket yet. That is a fair assessment.
I'm aware we're flawed individuals, and there's flaws in myself, and I don't preach to be a holier than thou man at all either. So
No, that's
there's
fair.
flaws in this world, and I just selfishly wish to do what I can for myself and those around me.
So you think your group is doing its most optimally right now, and there are no issues?
No, I wouldn't say that.
But you trust them all. And that's all that should matter, right?
I mean, yes, in some senses, right?
So what's the issue then?
Well, like I said, this whole conversation has been, I think, communications the issue for us, for sure. Just because I entrust myself to everyone doesn't necessarily mean my group has entrusted themselves with each other, have gained the trust of each other. And I've tried to make inroads to get us to that place, but, things don't come overnight.
I see. You are a very trusting individual. I hope you don't lose that. Honestly. It's a good trait to have, but it can also be twisted and used against you, so just be careful. But I'm glad you trust your group. Honestly. And I'm glad you feel that they will all have your backs in the crucial, most important moments. It's good to have an ally like you, and a friend who would be willing to put his life on the line and all that he holds dear for these people. It's admirable. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
All right. 19.
Okay. She just nods at you and says, all right, well, I think I've learned about you as an individual quite a bit. Go grab Peregrine for me.
All right. I'll go and grab Peregrine.
All right.
Okay. I come sit down.
All right. Can we get you water, tea, coffee,
I mean,
hard drink?
A mint tea would be great, honestly.
All right.
Super nervous.
You don't have to be nervous. Just answer and be honest. Have a conversation.
I'm real bad with people. So.
That's fine. And the waitress brings over your mint tea and lays it in front of you.
Thank you.
So, Peregrine, you got started in all of this because of your family.
Yeah.
Folton told me as much. He met you first back in Agraria.
Yeah.
And
I did.
You got tied up in everything and now are probably the one closest to all of this.
I think so.
Where everyone else kind of had their own goal originally and kind of got swept up in the, forgive the pun, madness.
Yeah.
You're the one who, unknowingly at first, has a parallel trajectory with all of this.
Yeah.
So, tell me, you've been consistently doing everyone else's deeds. When's it your turn?
I mean, now, knowing what I know now, it's sort of kind of been like always my turn because, like, I know that if we don't stop what's happening and I don't get strong enough, I'm not going to save my people. But, I mean, all my life I've always been the one to put everybody first, and like I think it's just a personality trait that I have. And until very recently, I've kind of struggled with asking for it to be my turn, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, I've been talking with Quinn and the rest of your group, and well, Quinn has to go get a flower and then go to the Shadowlands, and Baltaim has to go up to his hometown and save his sister.
Right.
So do you do all that, or do you look for a way to save your family?
Both. Because if I don't, in helping them, I can get stronger, I can get better. And the only way that I'm going to be able to help my family is if I get stronger. And if I get strong enough to do what it takes to cleanse them. And if I do, if I'm strong enough and strong-willed enough to lead them out of that forest.
Right,
and I think in traveling with them, I'm learning how to do just that.
But there's also a timeline on everything.
Uh-huh.
And what
I'm
if
acutely
you
aware.
spending all of that time is not your fastest path to growth? It's their fastest path to getting your help, but by the time you get to your village, it's gone.
I will be devastated. I know I will. I will feel a little let down, honestly.
But you had the choice to not follow in circles the rest of your group going all over the world to do what they wanted. You had the opportunity to make your own choices and decide to grow as a person in directions that you feel you need to go.
Right.
So you're telling me that you'd be fine with it. You'd be okay, or you're currently okay with doing everyone else's business first, and then hoping, against all hope, that once all of that's done, I'm strong enough and I can go back to my village and it'll all still be there.
The honest answer is I'm not sure. I am walking on a knife's edge all the time. But the answers aren't back home, and everywhere I've gone with this group, I've learned something, and it's helped me.
I'm not saying it hasn't, and I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just asking if you've ever checked to see if your fastest path to success is not where everyone else wants to go next, but where you want to go next, or where you need to go next. And I'm not saying that's back to your forest.
For a brief moment, in all honesty, when we were back in Zuma and I visited the university, I thought about what it might mean to stay, but I also thought about whether or not that was the right thing to do. And sometimes the thing I want to do or we want to do is not the right thing to do. I could have stayed, I could have learned, but so much else could have been lost.
Fair enough. It's possible. 100%. It's always a balance. I'm just asking you what you're willing to lose. And
I
if
am
you'll be
always
okay
asking-
with making that choice.
And I am always asking myself the same kind of question. And walking that very fine line.
You have also chosen to go in directions with your group to help others. Just talking with Baltaim, you just recently saved his sister. Although saved is a questionable term. She's not dead. And she is no longer with a Frayne. But she
still
is
in a
now
cage.
with the Triumvirate. What
Yeah.
they might do is anyone's guess right now.
I'm acutely aware.
So tell me, you are putting yourself out there and taking the time to help your friends, and then finding yourselves in the least ideal of situations at the end of it all, as if all your hard work was kind of half trashed. So tell me, why? Why
think
does
we
that
fa-
keep happening?
I think there are times when we fail to trust each other. I think there are times when we don't consider the greater good of the group over our own needs.
That's everyone. Everyone fails to trust everyone else.
No,
Because Baltaim told me he trusts all of you with his life, like over his sister's life. He trusts all of you.
I wouldn't say that we don't all trust each other. I think that there are moments when there is a lack of trust. It's happened very recently.
Elaborate.
I'm, as you know, we kind of were blindsided by the fact that all three of the triumvirate were at Oriana's house when she said, well, I just called Cade, and she didn't tell us that that meant everybody was going to show up.
Yeah, but Baltaim told me that you all designated Oriana as your soothsayer for the moment, and when you were blindsided, plans always live and die by the sword, but she, tried to bring it back together, and it was the too many cooks in the kitchen all attempting to say their piece that ended up making a mess of the situation.
I mean, I legitimately do not recall us deciding that Oriana was going to be the one to speak for us. Honestly, we'd agreed on the things that we needed to say. We didn't say, one person's going to say anything. And
so that was a miscommunication as well. Apparently you all didn't even know who was going to say what, or who was going to talk about what needed to be talked about and focus on the right things. Okay.
I think we all sort of assumed that Oriana would, but then things started to spiral, and I think there was a little bit of a too many cooks in the kitchen. I will definitely take the blame. I tend to be really honest and upfront, and I don't know when not to say things. It is a serious flaw sometimes. It's not serving me well in the city. And the fact that it seemed to be dismissed, how bad things were, how bad what was happening to Paul's sister was, kind of threw me, and I wanted to at least indicate that it was not something to shrug off, because someone's life was
accidentally
at
threw
stake.
a mouse to a nest of vipers.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes I don't know when not to say things.
That's fair. It's a mistake. I just wanted to understand the you all going in and the communication getting a little bit muddled. Mm-hmm. And you say trust is an issue.
Uh-huh.
So where is the lack of trust? Is it because you all didn't trust in Oriana to get you through that communication with the government that she probably knows better than the rest of you, or?
No, I don't think that was it at all. I think the part of the problem was she didn't tell us she was going to say anything or tell anybody. I thought that we would reconvene, and then we would take a moment to catch our breath because we were all pretty badly hurt, and that then we would call them and set up a meeting and go there.
So she talked to these people behind your back?
Yes.
I see. And this was a couple of days ago?
Yeah. And then she did it again. And I know she did it again because we got back from relaxing and having a nice evening, and she was in my room to tell me that it had happened.
Interesting. Let me ask you this. Do you think she came to you because she honestly wanted to tell you that she shouldn't have hidden it from you? Or do you think she came to you because her conversation with me didn't go quite as well as she'd hoped?
I think it's a little of both. I think I think that she maybe wants to do better. And I think that's part of why she came to me. She and I have been the closest, at least we were. And I think she genuinely thinks she should have told this. But I also think, and I have to be honest here, even if it's the wrong thing to say, I think she told me because it went poorly and she couldn't get away with it.
That's fair. I'm actually surprised she told you at all.
That's the thing. The reason I think that she maybe wants to get better is because she does this and then she tells me about it. Or tells us about it.
Let me ask you something. Is this a recurring? I don't know your group, but you're telling me this happened twice in a few days. Is this the first time she's done this? Or?
I mean, she's withheld information before.
To the detriment of the group, or?
I mean, the first time it was just an unexplored area. She thought it was too dangerous, so she didn't tell us about it. And then, because I kind of am good at seeing everything, I kind of recognized, and then she let it slip, and I got mad about it because I feel like, that's a thing.
Okay, but you could brush that off as protectiveness for the group, being worried for the group. Sure.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, and then there was this other time that she couldn't tell us. Literally couldn't. Because she had visited a temple and sort of gotten under contract.
Interesting.
But she seemed to genuinely wish she could tell us, is the thing. Like, that's I honestly think that she wants to be better than this. I just don't know why she isn't. And that's the God's honest truth.
So really, this is the only time she's done this. I mean, like you said, the first one was in a dangerous place where she didn't want to, let you go into an area that she honestly thought you might all die in. And then the second time, she physically could not express her honesty if she wanted to, because she was compelled in some way to not. So really here in a Trill, where she was caught for high treason and about to be executed, she has hidden information from your group.
Yeah.
So it's not really a pattern of behavior. It's a situation where unfortunate occurrences have happened, maybe due to stress or
I mean, a lot of it is self-interest, and to be honest, it's one of those things that, as we've established, I'm not good at self-interest. So, like, I butt heads with people who are more self-interested than me, and when I don't get it. But no, I wouldn't say, like, this whole time she's withheld information or anything.
Okay.
Like, she didn't tell us exactly what was going on here, but I think, honestly, she was naive enough not to understand what was happening. So,
she probably didn't know what was going on with what she had left behind. Here.
So, I mean, it's here where it's been the most prevalent and been like a big problem that's been sort of detrimental.
So, this has only really been recent, but the crossing of wires with your group has not. So explain to me the lack of communication and cohesiveness and trust. You tell me that a lot of the situations you find yourselves in is because of lack of trust. So where's the lack of trust?
I think part of it has been that in all honesty, it was rough when we got started. It was real rough. And then we lost Dobby, and we never really got over that. And
Have any of you ever processed it?
I don't know, to be
Have
honest.
you taken the time to process it with one another?
I mean, we've talked about it.
Have you?
A little, but not a lot. I know I've, talked to Quinn about it, and I've talked to Oriana about it, but as a whole group, I don't know that we
Have you
really
talked to Cynric about it?
We try. Cynric's not as open as the rest of us.
I mean, you said you've talked to Quinn and you've talked to Oriana. I assume those are one-on-one conversations. Have you tried to talk to Cynric?
I never know how to approach Cynric, and I don't know why. That is probably some sort of problem that I have. I wouldn't say it's his fault. And I mean, I've also sort of talked to Baltaim about it. I mean, we talked as a whole about how we lost Dobby partially because we did not know him well enough. And we've been working really hard to remedy that, honestly. But I think up until very recently, it's been a matter of, and it's no excuse, but getting used to who we are and trusting our abilities. Because things went so poorly for so long. But now I feel like we're getting better.
Right, so you all trust each other now.
I think we trust each other more.
So you trust every person in your group to have your back and to make sure that you're all on the same page in every situation.
For the most part, I do.
So what's the part that you don't?
Honestly, it's just been recently I've noticed that Oriana seems to focus on Oriana's needs. And not just in the, we need to take care of what needs to be taken care of for her so she doesn't die situation. And sometimes I am concerned that if it is not 100% in her best interest, or that she won't benefit from it, then maybe she won't have my back if it's too detrimental to her.
I mean, so there's a lot of stuff that I've talked about with various people in your group.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess my question is where is that gap? What do you think that gap is that prevents you from being a cohesive, communicative, trusting whole? Because you've been through a hell of a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That would bring most people together and make most people grateful for the ones who are standing beside them and looking out for them in these scary and
I'm not sure.
Strange situations.
I'm really not sure because I feel like every time we're getting close, something happens. I can't put my finger on what it is. All I know is we've been getting better. And honestly,
yeah, but it sounds like you get better and then something else happens. I mean, no offense, but what I saw in that tomb was a fucking mess.
Right.
And then I got yelled at for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of it is that some of us are not as used to working in a group.
Could be.
And so sometimes people go off on their own to figure something out or to look at something instead of us all coming back together. Usually if we catch that happening, we can reel it in. And I don't know. I don't know, honestly, what the missing piece is.
Do you think it's a missing piece or a weak link?
I think it's a missing piece. I think that while there is a slight weakness, that weakness is being compensated for and improved upon. But I think we're missing something, and I don't know what it is that's leaving a gap, because whatever it is, it seems to be present when we're in the middle of a fight and our lives depend on it. I've seen...
Is it, though? Because you've had a number of people die. Sure, you've brought them back and you've been lucky enough to be successful. And what happened in the tomb obviously went well for you, which is great. But what happened before we got to Afrain? Wasn't going well. And had I not been there, I think you'd all be dead right now. And Sinric and Campion would be walking possessed bodies until they decayed and rotted away. And you guys probably would have been roaming those halls for the rest of your very existence. So while I want to believe that and in life or death situations you all come together, that seems to be a 50-50. And I'm just trying to understand where the lack of understanding, communication, trust, whatever it is, I don't understand.
The honest truth is I'm not sure. But I'm trying to figure it out. We're trying to figure it out, and we're trying our best.
I get it. It's hard. You're put in difficult situations, and ones that you're not used to all the time. And I'm not here to harp on you for making mistakes. We all make mistakes. And you're still alive, which is more than a lot of other people could say. So, you're doing pretty well. But Tharizdun is a different beast. I mean, you think a tomb with ghosts is bad. With bones rising from the ground. You've seen what Tharizdun can do to a person.
I'm well aware that that is not the worst that we will face.
And if you can't come together, if you have any lack of trust, or lack of communication, or lack of understanding, you will simply be rats running in a maze until the trap falls down.
Believe me, I am probably of our group the one who knows distinctly what's at stake. And while we have made many mistakes, we are learning from them, and I firmly believe that we can keep learning from them, and we're going to get better.
That's great. I'm glad that you are growing. And I'm glad that you have that belief. And I'm glad that you feel your group can pull it together. Honestly, that's good. Having belief in the people that you are going to be working with day in and day out for who knows how long is important. The ones that you're trusting to carry you through when you carry them through, that they're going to pay you back in kind just as you've done them. That's more important than anything.
When I have needed them most, when I have been faced with the most difficult decision I have made since leaving home, they were with me and they did not let me down. And that is why I believe in us. Whether that is naive or not.
I don't think it's naive. I think you have a lot of strengths amongst all of you. I think it's just figuring out how to use them to the best of your abilities in the right ways. And maybe that just takes time. Go ahead and make a persuasion check for me, please.
Okay. That's a 9.
All right. Go ahead and bring Oriana over. I appreciate your time, Peregrine.
And I go get Oriana.
Okay.
I'll go over and sit down.
Do you need a drink, some food?
No, thank you. I think I'll be fine.
So, I mean, I guess we kind of know why you found your way to this group. You were running away.
Yep. Running away from a loving home that I did not fully appreciate.
Mm-hmm. And then you went through all that you guys went through. So you lost Sinric, and then you lost Dobby, and lost him for good.
Yes.
And then you had other incidents amongst your group, and you died. And Quinn gave something important to him to make sure you came back.
He did.
So, why is this still a going concern?
I think we're all very different people from each other.
Yeah, so is my group.
And sometimes the gears of our personalities just clash.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing a fair amount of that clashing, it seems.
Mm-hmm. And why do you feel the need to do that? What is so broken in your group that you have to use your private magic to get around dealing with their opinions?
Would you believe me if I said that in the moment I didn't even consider that?
Oh, I'd believe that. The fact that you don't consider your group's opinions. I think that says a lot about you, Oriana. The fact that you can so blatantly just even call that out. That in the moment, they weren't even a thought in your head.
I care about them. And
you care about them enough to purposely avoid, one, thinking about them, and two, asking their opinions, especially the man who gave up something so incredibly precious to him to save your life, and you can't even dignify him with a conversation, whether he disagrees or not. You know, not a lot. I have my own problems with Quinn. Honestly, I think he can be a bit garish and a bit of a dick. He did it to me. That's fair. In the moment, that's his personality. I know he's aggressive. I saw what happened in Cage Barrow. But he also seems to have a good heart and honestly want to see you all survive. And one thing that even for someone I wouldn't get along with, I think the lack of respect you show for his gift is frankly disgusting. The fact that you could look me in the eye and say, honestly, in the moment, I didn't even think about them. You should be thinking about him every single day of your life for the rest of your life. He should be your first thought and your last thought before you go to bed.
You're not wrong.
So I already know where you stand and everything, but tell me, what about the rest of the group? Because I've gotten conflicting stories from just about everyone about what is going on with your group, and it has been massively enlightening, but I'd love to see and hear your perspective.
Our biggest problem is getting into our own heads. We overprepare for things that are relatively simple, and it flusters us. We underprepare for things that we should take quite seriously, and it flusters us. We've gotten better with it, but there's always that nagging suspicion in the backs of our heads. Are we doing it right? Are we... Are we taking the appropriate steps?
And then what? It all just falls apart?
Sometimes. I think our time in the tomb is a great example of that. We were not as cautious as we should be, and two of our group nearly paid the ultimate price.
What about the dragon?
I think we were so relieved to have finally made it to our destination. No one was really thinking. No one was really paying as much attention as they should.
Okay. But how does attention not paid lead to a grove burning?
When we approached the cave, it was merely out of curiosity. Some of us wanted to see what was inside, not to...
I understand the trial. I know exactly what it is. I went through it. What I'm asking is, when you were told to leave, was there confusion in the message?
When we were told to leave, we did so. I messaged Aaron, but while I was doing that, Campion wandered back. Apparently, he thought the dragon was an illusion of some kind.
And there's not five other people as a part of this group, or 4 other people as a part of this group that were intelligent enough to know maybe that was a bad idea. I'm only asking this because you can point a finger at Campion for making that choice. But in the end, you all have to live with the choice he makes. And so if you're not okay with it, it's up to you to speak up or say or do something. Now, you say you were messaging Aaron, fair enough. What were the other 4 boobs doing?
I don't know. Maybe they were absorbing the failure and weren't paying attention. Maybe they just didn't think to stop him. I can't speak for them.
I just don't get it. You can go into something like that and have that moment happen, but you can fight mind flayers and come out relatively unharmed, bring back the information, and do the smart thing. You all have the capabilities. But it's like you turn off half your brains in certain situations. Or forget that you are doing dangerous things and your lives are on the line? Is it only if something is swinging a physical weapon or shooting you with magic that it dawns on all of you that you might lose your lives?
I try to exercise especially since my brushes with death. I try to exercise as much caution as I can. Sometimes that gets the best of me, and I'm too cautious. I can only assume it is similar with the others.
It's fair. Again, you're your own worst enemies. Funny, I heard that from Sinric.
He is a very wise man.
It's good to hear. I guess I should listen to his loose chain theory then.
We've had plenty of experience. We're not old hats at it. We have room to grow. We have room to learn. I think in maybe a few more months, we'd be relatively experienced enough to avoid some of these problems. But every time I think we're past certain things, we get humbled in some way.
Tell me this, Oriana. Your father's a general. He leads quite a large portion of the Atrillian forces. He often gets sent on important but questionable, sometimes, missions for his country. You have the choice to save him or go to the shackles and potentially save the world. What do you do?
My heart would want to go to him, but my senses tell me that that is not a sustainable plan.
So
After
you'd be
all,
okay
if-
with him dying for the world?
I would
Or
not
the
be
potentiality of you saving the world, I'll say. It's not a guarantee, but...
Okay is a strong term. But if saving him means that everything else ends, that is not something I could live with.
Saving him doesn't necessarily mean everything else ends. It just means you're not there to be a part of it at that moment.
Maybe so. But if there's one thing my father instilled in me, it is a sense of duty. And if he knew I didn't do what I could, I don't know if he would ever look at me the same way again.
Fair enough. Well, I think I have a good sense of all of you. So bring the rest of them back to the table.
I'll go and get everybody else.
All right. As you all reconvene and sit down at this private booth, Lex just leans in and she just says, Oh, give me a persuasion check, sorry, Oriana. Okay.
25.
Okay. As you all sit down, she looks across at all of you and she says, well, united they stand, divided they fall. I've heard a lot of things from a lot of you. I don't think a single one of you had a consistent story with another person. Every one of you had something different to say about why things are the way that they are. But I will lay down the cards on the table here for all of you. The runes close to here that hold the next shackle are called the runes of darkness. And they are called that for a reason. That sense you all seem to covet so much, you won't be able to rely on it there. Your sight? Mm-mm. Be prepared to not have it very much. It is extremely important for anyone going in to that place to trust the people that are around them with everything they have. Because you will be relying on everyone around you to be as aware as you and as forthcoming as possible about what's going on. Because you will only have each other to rely upon. No. Whether you go there or not, I don't know. Not yet. The other piece of information I'll give you is all of you seem to have this grand plan of you're marked by the god of eternal darkness and therefore you can't do anything else in your life because how could you? Because if you die... Have you ever even tried to investigate what that means? Looked into the potentials of breaking it? It doesn't mean it can never be removed. I don't know how to do it, but I can tell you someone probably does. You've met gods. Did you ever think to even ask them? No, you just assume that that's the only thing. That's the only path forward for you. It's not. I just want to put that out there for you. There are options. But I'll just say, if a mark to claim your soul can be made, there's likely a way to transfer or remove it. Just like a devil's pact. I appreciate you all being candid with me, at least. Being honest. Talking about the things that you do need to work on, the things that you're doing well, the things that you believe in, the ways that you see yourselves moving forward. I appreciate that, and it's good to hear that you all see a path forward and that you know that you can move in the direction you need to go. That no matter what, you'll continue to learn and be successful. I don't know a lot about the gods, but I do know that there's something more to Tharizdun than simply just being another destroyer. Because he's treated very differently. However, I'm constantly running into dead ends when I'm researching anything about him. Like, anything more than surface level has been completely erased. Or never written. Don't know why. It's a bit strange, but comparatively, all the other gods have some kind of thing that defines them. Darkness, madness, death. There's got to be more. Why was he shackled? And finally, the artifacts that you've managed to acquire. I'm sure you know that they are extremely powerful. But you need to understand the essence infused into each one. Understand why that power was there, what was given, and use it in the most crucial moments. Call forth on that power. That is the only way to unlock the essence further. Otherwise, they'll just stay dormant tools in your hands. Now, based on all the conversations I've had with all of you, why should Folton and I travel? Why should any of the rest of us work with you? I've heard trust issues, communication, in our own heads, loose links, blame, spacing out, selfishness. We're going to be going into a ruin where everything could turn against us. And I'm curious as to what makes it stronger for me to be with you when the trust is not there between all of the rest of you. I already know Sinric doesn't really think we should be. He thinks you all still needs to grow.
Think you can't be everywhere at once, and having more eyes, more hands, more people to look into this is better. I think we have information. We're finding information.
I never said you'd stop finding information or stop going about and getting information. I was asking, why do I bring you to the shackle with me? You are still welcome to research and look into whatever you feel is necessary. I can't physically stop you from doing that, and I would hope that you would still look into that and try to do your best to help out. But I am asking you why I should trust you having my back when I can't see it.
Because our words are not as meaningful as our actions.
Your actions have shown me that you are a mess. You've literally, I think every single one of you has told me problems. And I'm not saying you've not done good things too. You have. But you literally, I mean, you, Oriana, literally did the same thing twice in the span of 2 days. 1 day. To negate the trust of your entire group. You tell me Campion runs back into a dragon, no one stops him. Burns an entire grove. Again, I think you've done a lot of great things. You made it to a temple of Melora. You gained audience with her. That's amazing. Very few people get that. You met with Coralin. You made it through his trial. You gained audience with him. That is great. You climbed Avonhurst. You were challenged and met the gods there. Very few people do that. You survived that tomb. Although the shaky at the beginning, that final lap, you managed to pull it together. But then you turn around and have Baltaim's sister taken by the Triumvirate. You want to talk with your actions. I think your actions have spoken pretty loudly.
Yeah, according to our actions, we're just a bunch of fuck-ups.
That's not what I said.
Half the time. Half the time, at least, we are.
I said you've made mistakes, yeah. And
We're not
one of the
surprised.
things that Peregrine told me earlier was she needs to grow. That's part of her own trial. That's part of the thing. I think you all still need to grow.
We need to be challenged. That is how we grow.
And you're telling me that you haven't been challenged? Beyond going to the shackles, all of the things that you've done have not been challenging?
We need to continue to challenge ourselves. We cannot just sit and wait and see things.
Who's telling you
through.
to sit and wait?
He's not telling us. to
As
wait.
far as I've
I'm
heard,
not- I'm
you
not-
have to go get a flower for Quinn. You have to do something up in the north. You have to go to Baltaim's city. You gotta do something for Peregrine to help her make sure that she's growing on another level so that she can save her people. It doesn't sound like you're not being challenged. It doesn't sound like you have nothing to do and you're just going to sit on your hands and dick around until the end of the world comes and then it all blows up in your face. And it also sounds like you still want to do research and look into things and work on trying to find out more. It sounds like you're still challenging yourselves. Like you still have a long path ahead of you. So what am I missing here?
We can help in other facets, just not in the shackles.
Yes, Campion.
We all trust each other with our lives. The issue is, you guys don't believe that if we come together, we'd end up killing each other,
No.
which is a valid opinion.
That's not it. It's in the crucial moments. Would we
In
all
the
die
crucial-
together? Or would I be able to trust that all of you would be cohesive as a unit? And frankly, Campion, one, you said that you're a problem in the group, and then you said that Oriana is your weak link, as did Quinn.
I still do believe Oriana is our weak link, but if we can bring her back in and support her, then we're a stronger chain.
Then take the time to bring her in and support her. If you feel like that has to be worked on in your group, that is an issue right now and is making you all struggle, then I think that's what you should be focusing on. Because you telling me that and saying she's your weakest link and she's a problem does not make me want to go into a place full of darkness with the god of death where I might die at any given moment. And have that an issue. And believe me, you said you're a logical man. I think you should be able to logically put together that doesn't make a lot of sense.
And logically understanding, I feel you believe that this time around, your group alone can't handle this situation. Correct. That's why you're looking for valuable allies.
I believe that if it all goes to shit, yeah, we're going to need people.
Well,
which is why I hope you don't stop researching and looking into things.
Yes, and in turn, you see your valuability as a potential ally.
I'm not saying you're not an ally. I'm not saying that if we see you, we're going to shoot you on sight. I don't think I ever said that to anyone.
You're still debating.
I'm debating on whether
work together.
I'm debating on whether I bring you along with me and my group into these dangerous places when you're not cohesive as a unit. I'm not saying that you don't get to do what you want to do.
She's asking for us
I'm
to
saying
trust.
that our step-by-step hand-holding is no longer the case. We're allies. If we need you, we will call and say, hey, you know what? This thing is going down. I think, you might be interested in it. And vice versa.
And that's understandable. I agree with that.
There you go. I'm just saying that our original plan to have you join us at every shackle to help us investigate it, probably not going to happen. Unless I'm really not being convinced.
I have a question for the rest of my group. Why does it seem like I'm the only one trying to argue for us?
This is a god of madness and darkness. If I assume Lex asked questions that were hard for all of us. If we had doubts about our questions to Lex, how is the god of darkness not going to warp and change our mind when we can't see anything?
I did not doubt anything I told Lex.
But she had different explanations from each of us. She doubts us. That's the only thing that matters in this session. If she says we can't handle the situation, then
now it is our task to prove that we can come together, and we are dividing ourselves even further than ever before.
She's not asking us to step away from all of this.
She's
No,
asking
she
us
ever
to
asked.
understand that our limitations are quite visible.
She's asking us to prove that we can work together.
We can work together, but not in the context which she needs us to work together in. That's what she's been explaining this entire time. And now I can see it more clearly. What you want isn't going to happen.
I'll put one final thing in front of you, and you can decide yes or no. Oriana's your weakest link. We'll continue to work with you if you let her go.
I say no.
I don't think that's a very fair question. Because she's clearly not.
I had
The
two
only
people tell me
problem
she
here.
was. And that she's grievously deceived you multiple times.
Logically, I do agree.
But I'm simply putting that out there. Every single thing I asked you was not fair tonight. Nothing about this whole situation is fair. Quinn having his entire village reaped, not fair. Ball's sister being experimented on and now captured by the Triumvirate, not fair. Peregrine, your village being consumed by Tharizdun, not fucking fair. Life is shit most of the time. There are some good moments. There are some good people. But if this is the course you want to take, it's not going to be fair. Ever. And the God of Darkness is sure as hell not going to make it fair for you.
Yeah, we never assumed otherwise.
So what's everyone's decision?
We
All I
are
know is-
stronger together. And I don't just mean the shields. I mean the entirety.
Then let's put it to a vote.
Well, I think Peregrine said no. So that's her opinion. That's fair. Baltaim said no. Campion? Quinn?
I don't fucking tell anybody what to do. She wants to stay, she wants to go, that's her fucking choice.
Okay.
All I've been trying to say this whole time, before we were talking about this together as a group, before we all got split off in these individual little conversations and such, is that there is more that can be done if we all cooperate, if we all work together. Because whether or not the fucking mark can be removed isn't the fucking point. The point is, it's there. The point is, that's what got us into this situation. Whether or not it's still there doesn't mean I'm going to stop giving a shit.
I never said you stop giving a shit, Quinn. When did I ever say that?
You didn't. I am literally saying that for myself. Whether or not it's still
Okay.
there doesn't mean I'm not going to care about the situation.
All right.
So the point is, the fact that I now know this is a problem, I cannot walk away from it.
All right, then don't. No one's asking you to walk away. I don't think anyone has told you walk away. But that's fair. I've got your answer. So I think that's majority of you. Campion, I assume you said you want to help Oriata grow and get better, so you probably wanted to stay with the group. And Sinric, you said you care about all of them and think you're better
I'm
together, so I assume.
Not ready to give up on her.
Awesome. Then I think you have your answer. And I think you guys will be successful, and you will continue to look into these things, and you will continue to gain information, and you will continue to grow.
I'll just kind of look at everyone. We will grow. We will get better. We will be better.
Continue to aid you in the facets that we are capable in aiding you in.
Amazing. And you will continue to be able to do the things that you need to do, that are important to you, that help you grow, into the people that you need to be, for the things that you need to see through. I don't expect you to turn a blind eye when you see something important. I don't expect you to sit down and be like, someone else will deal with this. Nah. I'm sure you'll jump into it. We each have our tasks.
So are we done here?
No, we're not done here.
I feel like we're done.
I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. If I'm the reason you won't work with them, then I'm going to leave.
Well, you're not the reason anymore. We all just said no.
Oriana, I asked that question to see if they'd all choose to give up on you. They didn't. I think you have a group of loyal people. You being there or not being there is not the issue.
I mean,
Fulton and I will give you some time to yourselves. It's been a pleasure.
I thank you, Lex and Folton. Also, if you are not too in a rush, I want to speak with you about something, Lex, if you have time, but if not, I understand.
Yeah, do you want to take a moment with your friends here?
Yeah, I'm saying if you're not off somewhere.
We'll head over to the bar. We're going to be heading out soon anyways.
Okay.
We have things to look into.
Right,
But,
of course.
But yeah, we'll give you some private time. Just come get me at the bar when you're ready.
Thank you.
She stands up, pushes away, and Fulton just nods at all of you. Gives you sort of like a half grin and heads off with Lex.
I will say, I know it may not feel like this, but this is not a loss. This is not us losing allies. It's not a failure on our part. It may feel like that to some of us, but like you said, she didn't ask us to stop doing everything. She didn't ask us. She, in her assessment of us, she told us information alongside of it as well. She told us what this shackle was, what this place was. She didn't have to do any of that. She gave us information of what they would have to go through, why they needed to trust us, why it's important for ourselves to trust us.
And just as the cuckoo bird exits the nest, it is now our time to fly and soar within the sky and see what we are truly capable of.
Right now, I'm not in the mood for platitudes because I just had a litany of my failures read out to me. I will be perfectly honest. And I feel like a fool. So don't give me that shit about birds leaving the nest. I know all about it.
You want me to see this as a victory in some way?
Not a victory, just
not a
you
loss.
see how it's not a loss.
Not a loss, yes. Fine.
It's a natural progression, an evolution of sorts.
There is strength in recognizing that we're not ready for something. We can still help. We can still do things that can assist with everything. But
And we, though, we just got pointed out in a lot of ways exactly how we fucking suck.
Yes, for
also
the task
got
at hand right now, currently for this shackle. Doesn't
pointed
mean
out
overall.
information on ways we can help and move forward and proceed.
Correct.
I mean,
Just-
if we were to go to that shackle as we are, it's a very rare possibility that none of us would come out of there alive.
Correct.
It's a very
That's not
high
to say we're never
probability.
going to continue with this journey. I mean, we're still going to. It's just at this point in time, we can take a different route and be where they can't be at this time.
Like she said, which doesn't mean they can't tell you to be like, hey, you know, we're busy doing something on the south of the continent. Hey, can you go check something here? We heard, or you've told us that you're around here. Can you check something out for here? We heard something down here. Can't get there. We're literally doing the same thing, except we're going to be checking shackles. We can entrust Lux Aeterna to check the shackles for us.
Since they're the ones who are most highly equipped to handle that sort of dangerous interactions. For now. We have grown from the original levels that we were at. And I do believe that we are a lot more capable than we were several weeks ago.
So then, tell me this. A good portion of you don't trust me anymore. And clearly you don't think we can do what our friends are doing. So how am I supposed to see this as not a loss?
Just because we can't perform at the same output of someone that has more experience doesn't mean that we can't perform. We can't work as a unit. We can. It's just right now we are not equipped to have the skills we need in order to go to that location and survive.
A war is waged on several fronts, Oriana.
And you've made it abundantly clear I'm the weakest link.
True, you are the weakest link, but out of this weak chain that we are all connected to. Don't you understand? We've all had our faults shown to us like a mirror. We should take that in stride and learn from it. That's the whole situation of this point.
The chain can be remended.
Reforged.
I think we have an opportunity here to live up to our name as shields. We can go out and protect the little people from whatever darkness is incurring while we're continuing our adventures, while Lex and her team act as the sword that attacks a problem head on. There's more than just throwing things at a fight to win it. We can be the people that goes out and gets information. We can fight the smaller battles. We can protect the people that need protecting when they can't get to it because there's larger things at play. We can be their arms and their reach out here as they launch their attacks where they need to. I think that's going to be our biggest impact as we continue doing as we are. Moving forward, helping the little that we can, and continuing to dampen the influence across everywhere.
Meanwhile, Thurstoon continues to grow in power, and while it is easy for you to say that we don't need to directly confront the threat at hand, there is an entire village of Fossil Oceanin dying. And I would like to point out that it was made abundantly clear that I never asked for it to be my turn. I have crossed deserts and mountains for everyone else. This threat is not just a vague possibility.
No one is saying that. In fact, them being as intense as they are just goes to prove this is not something that's, oh, if this happens. This is something very real. And she even said that there is a way for us to remove the mark on ourselves. So why wouldn't there be a way to help your people?
She
that
said she doesn't know if there is.
Oh, there is a way for me to help my people, Sinric.
That doesn't involve directly facing a god of destruction that we can't face right now.
Hold on. I believe having asked you to face Thurston himself, he asked you to do a ritual, correct?
Only if I get strong enough. Only if I get good enough. And then, even then, in order for that to work, I have to bring them out.
I would beg to differ that there's nothing that has to do with Thurston other than him poisoning your people to do with that. Going to the shackles would actually probably hasten your death and stop you from doing so.
I don't believe that because I actually believe in us.
I believe in us as
I
well.
don't think we're a loose chain that's falling apart. I think we have room to grow, yes. I don't think there's a wink leak. I think that was unfair.
I as well did not tell anyone that I believe that anyone was the weakest link. I think I told them actually I had trusted you all my life.
To be fair, I got put on the spot.
Living.
To be fair, I got put on the spot and asked if there was any one person in the group I did not trust. And I did not want to lie.
And that is fair. I also was asked about specifics. However, of everyone sitting at this table, I have the most direct link to what is happening. And forgive me for being selfish for just a minute. But it'd be nice if that wasn't discounted. Because I give and I give and I give. And I am talked down to. My faith and forgiveness is disregarded by people I consider to be my friend. I have been willing to do whatever it takes for everyone else. So forgive me if, just this once, the idea of not confronting the problem does not feel like a win.
At this point, you watch as Lex and Folton come back over to the table, and Lex looks at you, Baltime, and she says, we're gonna have to take that conversation to go. And she pulls out the communicator and she hands it to you, Peregrine. She says, let's hit the road.
Oh, shit.
shove the communicator in the back of holding and get up.
And she looks at you, Quinn. She's like, you almost lost your temper there at the end. Good holding it together.
The fact that I didn't should really fucking say something.
It's growth, man. Growth. She pats you on the shoulder.
Wait, I'm confused. Was this all another test?
It is exactly what you're going to be facing in each of these ruins. Worse. Dry those tears, Peregrine. We're going to do something for you for once.
Yes, ma'am. And I stand up. And I dust myself off.
I still think you have a lot to work on. But the
quite
fact that
agree.
you all stuck together, that you believe in one another, and that even after someone's misgivings, you can all be okay with working together and trying to be better together. I think that says volumes about all of you and your character. So, we need to go. Chop, chop, chop.
Yes, ma'am.
This shackle ain't
Grab my
gonna
stuff,
look at
run.
itself, and honestly, I've got some information from my group that we better look into it soon. There's been some energy stuff going on with the other ones, so we should probably go. I did take a look a little while ago, before y'all got here. Everything looked fine to me, but who knows? So, we
You
can
said
walk
we're
and
gonna
talk,
be
Baltaim.
You said we're going to be blind in this place?
Not fully, but
Mostly?
it's mostly, yeah.
I think we
And,
should
light
invest in
ain't gonna
several
work.
long... that's fine. I think we should invest in several long poles before we leave.
I mean, I'm kind of used to being blind.
That's true. We'll tie Cedric
Just-
to us and be fine.
Just be aware, you're going into somewhere that's going to make you feel like you can't trust anything around you, and you won't know where anything is.
Awesome.
So what if we had a sign or a calling?
It's up to
Bring
you,
it.
but you might want to stay a little bit quieter, because if stuff is happening, that means stuff is there.
Understand.
We're going to need rope. We're going to need very long poles to make sure we can
Well, we're going,
tap
so
the places we can't see.
you're welcome to go buy long poles. I don't know how good that's going to do you, Quinn.
I don't fucking know either. I'm just trying to come up with ideas here.
We'll be all right.
Baltaim, Fulton's
We'll
going
make
to
it.
stay here and see if he can get any information on your sister and see if he can join in on looking into anything that's going on there alongside Ileana.
Thank you. Thank you both.
He's trusting you guys to watch my back, so if I don't come back, you're going to be answering to him.
That is a scary thought.
One should never underestimate the anger of a gentleman.
And then they turn away from you guys for just a second. Peregrine, you're the only one who notices this because of your passive and the ability to read lips. But you see Fulton say, "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" And she just says, "Yeah, I'll be fine. That this has to be done anyways, and I'm the only one who's going to do it." And that's the extent of their conversation. He gives her a hug, and she like pats his back, and they split. And then she says, "All right, let's go. We can't dawdle any longer. We need to make haste."
All right.
Cool. Get shit together and get on it.
Yep. I scoop up my
She
shit.
starts heading out, and you just see Fulton just waving at you guys as you make your way out and into the streets of Riveren, where your next destination are the Ruins of Darkness. And what that holds, we do not know. But that is where we'll end tonight's session.
I was going to do one quick thing.
Yep.
I reach into my pocket and I pull out the copper wire and I hand it to Oriana. I'm trusting you. Prove me right. I hand it to her and I start walking.
Well, I'll put it back in my hair.
All right. And as you head down the road and into the rest of the day to figure out what this shackle has in store for you, that's where we'll end tonight's session. I know we went a little bit over, but wanted to finish this interesting social encounter thank you everyone for sticking with us. This was a fun one. I've never run one of these before. I know I slammed my players, but this is.
I don't even feel like we should work together anymore. Like, god damn. That's like fuck it. Let's just fucking call it a campaign. Like everybody just go their separate ways. We're a bunch of incompatible assholes.
You are facing the worst of the worst. The thing that will prey on every hope, fear, terror,
this is terrifying.
sadness, memory, and twist it on you. And
we're coming at it like a fucking loaded buffet.
Exactly. So she was just trying to prepare you for that and see how well you did. Thank you all for sticking with us a bit later tonight to finish up that social encounter. If you enjoyed our session, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream like ours grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it is nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Have a good night.
Peace.